Chu Hongyan said, "This person is extremely powerful. With our current cultivation, ordinary divine sovereign realm experts wouldn't be able to withstand the heavenly sword diagram that we're using together. It's simply unbelievable that he can withstand it and not die. All of these old monsters are top experts in the past 100,000 years," Yunxiao said. "They have all entered the eternal world in order to pursue the ethereal immortal state. They have sealed themselves here to preserve their lifespans and wait for the reappearance of the 10 rules. The Zhan Yu and Zhan Li brothers we met before were also extremely powerful. Under that heaven and earth flipping seal, I'm afraid even the million sword illustration would be destroyed." His face revealed a heavy contemplative look, and he still had lingering fear in his heart. No matter how powerful those 2 brothers were, they were still defeated by my husband and fled in a sorry state. Fei and I laughed. She felt a warm feeling in her heart when she thought of Yunxiao risking his life to save her. Yunxiao shook his head and said, "At that time, the divine being's killing formation was no longer under my control. Most likely, the sky-turning upside-down seal stimulated the potential of the formation, which made it resist and break the 2 seals. If we encounter these 2 brothers again, we must be extremely cautious." "Yes," the 3 women replied in unison. "All of you go back to the Divine Realm tablet. I've already understood the structure of the Emperor Pill Tower. It was refined by an ancient spell god. His name was Yifan, and his cultivation base was at the Soul Conduit Realm. The 9 palace spatial diagram within the formation is profound and unfathomable. Jing Baimu also used a foolish method to tear space apart and land here randomly. Yunxiao did not have any good ideas about this kind of spatial maze, so he could only follow the pattern and try his luck, just like Jing Baimu. The 3 women flew into the Divine Realm tablet, and Yunxiao stepped into the teleportation array as well. A blue light immediately glowed, and the power of space began to operate. Just as the powerful force opened up a spatial passageway and was about to send him out of the Emperor Pill Tower, he suddenly grabbed at the sides with both hands and blocked the twisting force. At the same time, he opened the immemorial heaven's eye on his forehead and shot out a bolt of lightning, tearing the space apart. His entire body turned into green lightning. With a flash, he passed through the crack and entered another teleportation channel. He then went against the flow. In the pitch-black tunnel, a powerful spatial impact came from the other end like a river. Yunxiao, on the other hand, transformed into a thunderbolt and split apart the forces blocking his way. A moment later, he saw a white light at the source of the passage. With a flash of lightning, he passed through it and his body suddenly appeared in a teleportation array. He recovered his physical body and suddenly clenched his fists, breaking the spatial power of the teleportation array. The green light on the array slowly dissipated, and when Yunxiao looked over, he found himself in another hall. Li Yunxiao. As soon as she stabilized herself, she heard a familiar scream. "Hihi! It's really a small world." Yunxiao raised his head and looked over. A cold and fierce look flashed in his eyes, as well as ridicule and killing intent. The person in front of him was actually Ding Shan. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the hall, recuperating his aura. His body was stained with blood, and his face was pale. When he saw him, his face turned ashen. Ding Shan's eyes darted around, his gaze flickering. His heart was filled with anxiety as he desperately racked his brains to think of a way. He knew that he was by no means Yunxiao's opponent at the moment, and if he could not come up with a solution, he would probably die here. "How is Ling Er?" Ding Shan heaved a long sigh, his face filled with loneliness. "Haha. Ding Shan, are you done with your acting?" Yunxiao walked out of the teleportation array and walked forward step by step. "You're indeed a hero of a generation. You're very calm." Ding Shan's expression changed slightly, and he said dejectedly, "Al, I know you won't let me off. We will have an understanding between us sooner or later. It's better to come earlier than later. This encounter can also be considered heaven's will." "Then I don't know how Lord Ding Shan would like to understand. Would you like to do it yourself? Or would you like me to do it?" With his arms crossed over his chest, Yunxiao walked up to Ding Shan and stopped 5 feet away. This distance could ensure that he had enough time to defend against any sneak attack. Is there such a great enmity between us? Ding Shan's expression froze for a moment, then he looked at Xiao and said, "There is no enmity in this world that cannot be resolved. It is just that young Master Xiao is unwilling to give me a chance to resolve it." Seeing his glib tongue, Xiao felt that he could not win the argument. So he waved his hand and said, "No, stop talking nonsense. Do you want to end it yourself, or do you want me to do it?" Ding Shan only felt a burst of depression in his chest. He took a deep breath and said, "I don't care if I die. I just hope to see Ling one more time before I die. She is my daughter who I brought up with great difficulty. She is also the one who I have raised. The great foundation of Tianyuan Trading Company will eventually be passed on to her." Xiao snorted. "This request is too difficult. As for the inheritance, I'll have Ling take over Tianyuan Trading Company after you die. You don't have to worry about it. Without my support, how can you take over Tianyuan Trading Company's huge business just because you want to?" Ding Shan frowned and said, "What if there's 1,000 of them waiting outside? I'm afraid of Xianxia." All right. I'm not interested in your business. It doesn't matter even if it's all gone. If you don't end it yourself, this young master will personally send you off." Xiao's patience was worn out, and he was too lazy to pay attention to him. His eyes shone with killing intent. Ding Shan's heart trembled. He knew that it was useless to play the sad card. He was anxious and hurriedly said, "Young Master Xiao, I'm now as rich as a country. I'm willing to use all kinds of wealth to exchange for my life and eliminate the enmity between us." Hee. Lord Ding Shan's life is a priceless treasure. How can money be used to offset it? Looks like you won't have any awareness. Let this young master send you. Xiao's figure flickered and transformed into a green body of thunder, which grew several times larger in an instant, like a giant spirit. He raised his right arm and grabbed down from the sky with his 5 fingers. Lightning flashed. However, when the large hand touched 3 zhang in front of Ding Shan, it stopped as if it was frozen, and did not move. Xiao's eyes flickered as he looked at the jade box in Ding Shan's palm, which was exactly the same as the 2 divine pill boxes he had obtained. Origin power steamed from Ding Shan's palm and pressed on the jade box. As long as he squeezed hard, he would be able to shatter the box and the pill. Xiao's palm stopped in the air, and Ding Shan did not move, just looking at him coldly. He understood Ding Shan's actions. He was threatening him with the level 10 divine pill. If he attacked, he would destroy the divine pill at the first moment. Since young Master Xiao is willing to stop for a level 10 divine pill, then I think we can still talk, Ding Shan said with a smile. "I don't want to let you go," Xiao said coldly, "but I don't want to give up on the soul destruction pill. It's a difficult choice." Haha, the choice itself is not difficult. The difficult part is that young Master Xiao can't let it go. Ding Shan smiled, and his face revealed boundless reluctance. He looked at the medicinal pill in his hand with tender affection, and said, "What do you think about our friendship with this divine pill, young Master Xiao?" "H. Ding Shan." Xiao scolded angrily. "Don't you think too little of me? For a mere pill, you want to befriend me?" He stretched out his finger with righteous indignation and said, "I'll need at least 3. Ding Shan." Hee. Ding Shan was extremely depressed, and said, "Level 10 divine pills. Even if it was 100,000 years ago, it would have been a great fortune to obtain even 1. How could I have 3? If there were 3, I would rather die from eating too much than die with no regrets." "Humph. Then don't talk nonsense and have delusions with me." Xiao sneered as he pointed at the jade box and said, "Leave the pill and you can go. However, the next time we meet, we will still be mortal enemies." Ding Shan's brows twitched, and wrinkles appeared on his forehead. He said, "I, Ding Shan, am just a peasant. Yet a level 10 divine pill can only be exchanged for 1 chance to escape. Young Master Xiao, you think too highly of me. 3 times at least." He extended his hand as well. "Haha, Lord Ding Shan just said that he's the richest man in the world. The wealth of Tianyuan Trading Company added together is worth a lot of divine pills. Yunxiao chuckled, but his eyes were cold as he kept an eye on Ding Shan's every move. Ding Shan was too cunning, and he did not dare to be careless. Ding Shan smiled bitterly. That's just what I said to raise my own status. Even if Tianyuan Trading Company has wealth, it's wealth that can be gathered. However, this divine elixir is wealth that can't be gathered. You can't find one in the entire heavenly martial arts realm. Lord Dingshan is also unique in the heavenly martial realm, Yunxiao said coldly. You have more than one divine pill, but you only have one. Which one is more important? Dingshan looked at the inner divine pill in the box and clicked his tongue. Sigh, if young Master Yunxiao says so, then I'd rather die. It's a pity that this divine pill, which had been around for 100,000 years and was on the verge of turning into a spirit, was destroyed at the last moment and turned into rubble. Don't do it! Yunxiao shouted in a deep voice. Don't do it! His depressed face turned green and white and he said coldly, At most, I'll give you one more chance. The next time you fall into my hands, I'll let you go. The next time, I'll definitely kill you. Dingshan frowned and said, Is there really no way to resolve this? I've never believed that there's eternal hatred in this world. It's just that there aren't enough benefits. But aren't you a little too greedy? A divine pill can't buy friendship, you're extorting me. Don't judge me Witen your mercant dram, Youngslo said coldly. Nen Yuan Bo died in front of me. I made up my mind to kill the murderer. I'll kill you even if you give me 10,000 divine pills. The reason why I'm willing to let you go this time is because you're no longer a threat to me. Killing you is like killing an ant. I can do it at any time, so why waste a divine pill? Ding Shan's face twitched. He had also discovered the gap between him and Yunxiao, and he was terrified by the latter's growth rate. So he hoped to make peace with this pill. It was simply a nightmare to have such an enemy. If he had known that this day would come, he would have mobilized all his resources to kill him first. But it was too late now. He could only try his best to think of a way. For a mere Yuan Bo, can his life be compared to mine? Yunxiao, Gu Feiyang, can you not be so impulsive? If I help you, with your cultivation and intelligence, it's only a matter of time before you become the master of the world. You'd better think carefully. Ding Shan was faintly angry and felt very aggrieved. Yunxiao chuckled and looked at him with pity. Ding Shan? Oh Ding Shan, do you want me to praise you for your high IQ or for your stupidity? Since ancient times, how many overlords had died? What was the true master of the world? Saint Realm, right? The sea of soul formation? They are not, neither are you nor am I, and we will never be. All the living beings in the world were the masters of the world. And you and I, including all the heroes from ancient times until now, are just passers-by in the passing of time, fantasizing about dominating the world all day long. Your achievements will end here. Ding Shan's expression changed drastically when he heard this. These words were like pearls and almost shook his mind. He shouted in shock and anger. This old man doesn't need you to tell me what to do. If you didn't live a little longer and have more opportunities than me, how could you speak to me with such a condescending attitude? Don't forget, Yunxiao ridiculed. Opportunities are part of one's strength. The strong would always advance, while the weak would always have all sorts of excuses. Lord Dingshan, when you're angry from embarrassment at your failure, when you're finding excuses for your failure, you've completely lost. Ding Shan's entire body trembled, as if a basin of cold water had been poured on him. His entire person suddenly calmed down, and his face was filled with a vulture's expression. If you are really a strong man, one chance is enough, Yunxiao said with a smile. Otherwise, no matter how many I give you, you will die in my hands in the end. Ding Shan's face was ashen. He threw the jade box in his hand and said, Take it. After he finished speaking, he dragged his heavily injured body towards the teleportation array and disappeared. Yunxiao had been watching coldly, although he felt like releasing a tiger back to its mountain. Now that he had 3 divine pills, as long as he had enough time, he could step into the divine sovereign realm in a few days. No matter how capable Dingshan was, he would not cause too much trouble for him. It was very worthwhile to exchange them for a divine pill. After Ding Shan left, he slowly opened the jade box in his hand. A thumb-sized medicinal pill lay inside. It was milky white in color, and he was drooling with desire. This is a Xianxia. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, and then his face changed drastically as anger burned through his body. Ding Shan, you deserve to die. The jade box and the elixir in his hand turned into fine powder under the force of his palm and scattered into the air. The level 10 divine pill that Ding Shan gave him was actually fake. There was only an ordinary 8th grade elixir inside. It was used to replenish spiritual energy, and although it was considered precious, it was a world of difference. Xianxia almost exploded with anger. Ding Shan was nowhere to be seen in the teleportation array. As soon as the old fox left the Emperor Pill Tower, he had probably fled without a trace. Even if they chased after him now, it would be fruitless. To actually be able to secretly replace a pillar in front of me and deceive the heavens and the sea, Ding Shan, I've underestimated you. Xianxia was furious and secretly blamed himself for being careless. He thought that, with an overbearing aura, victory was within his grasp, so Ding Shan would definitely not dare to play any tricks. However, he was ruthlessly played. After being angry for a while, Xianxia felt that it was not interesting anymore. So he walked toward the teleportation array gloomily, ready to rob the next store. All of a sudden, the entire Emperor Pill Tower began to tremble, and the space was in a trance. A huge tearing force appeared, and a white light wrapped around Xianxia, about to teleport him out. What's going on? Is there a time limit? He thought of a possibility, which was that everyone's time in the Emperor Pill Tower was limited. If that's the case, as long as we can withstand the power of this teleportation, we can continue to stay here. Xianxia immediately conjured his Transcendence golden body and sat cross-legged in the air above the great hall with his 6 arms performing incantation gestures, resisting the teleportation force with his great divine ability. At the same time, in a secret room in the Emperor Pill Tower, Meng Zhuo and Zhu Jun opened their eyes at the same time. They looked at the formation in front of them. The precious jade in the 9 palaces had dimmed, which meant that the 9 divine elixirs had all been taken away. It's finally here. The 9 elixirs are all taken out. The Emperor Pill in this building is finally going to appear. Zhu Jun became a little excited and formed a hand seal. Under the intense shaking of the space, he stopped himself and allowed the external force to gallop. Meng Zhuo was the same. He took a deep breath, and a strange light swirled in his left eye. Boom, boom, boom. The shaking of the Emperor Pill Tower grew stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a huge tremor came as if the entire building had collapsed and it resounded through the world. Then there was a dead silence. The entire world was silent. Zhu Jun was shocked. What's going on? Something doesn't seem right. Meng Zhuo's hands formed a few seals that landed in the formation in front of him. Layers of light rose. He took out a round plate with numbers engraved on it and placed it in the light. Soon, the numbers all lit up and began to move around on the disk, finally forming a group of numbers. 0K. The strength of 70,000 lights. The two of them were shocked. Meng Zhuo's hand trembled and he almost threw the disk away. Zhu Jun cried out, "Did you calculate it wrong? Even a divine sovereign justice realm expert's strength wouldn't exceed 10,000 rays of light. A strength of 70,000 rays of light means that the strength of the martial artists in the Emperor Pill Tower is at least that of 10 divine sovereign justice realm experts." Meng Zhuo's expression was extremely ugly. Just now, after the 9 palaces' divine pill was broken, the space should have moved, and all the warriors inside should have been teleported away. There are so many experts who haven't left. Zhu Jun's face was gloomy as he said, "I've thought of a possibility. There are too many people fighting against the spatial power, so the Emperor Pill Tower's spatial power has been shattered. Only a few small fries were sent out. The more powerful ones have probably been left behind. This is going to be a big problem," Meng Zhuo said. "The 9 divine pill has been broken, and the Emperor Pill is about to appear. If they find the place, it will be much more difficult for us to get the pill. Yes, no matter what, we have to get the heavenly fortune pill." Zhu Jun's face was filled with killing intent as he said coldly, "Let's not talk about the fact that if we join forces, we'll be unrivaled in the Emperor Pill Tower. Even if we fight separately, it shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, we are from Xianli Island. How would the remaining old monsters dare to compete with us? The outsiders are not a problem at all. You're right. The reason why there are still 70,000 rays of light left must be because there are so many people. Let's go to the top level and wait for the heavenly fortune pill to appear," said Mengzhua. The two of them each made a hand seal, and with a flash of light, they disappeared from the dark room. In a divine pill pavilion, Yunxiao exercised the 3 heads and 6 arms technique. His body glowed with a golden light as he sat cross-legged with his hands locked in an incantation gesture. Streams of spatial power circulated around him, gradually weakening and eventually disappearing. It finally stopped? He opened his eyes and found that his surroundings were unusually quiet. He muttered to himself, "I've stayed here for quite a long time. The 9 Gods Pill Pavilion is already 3 empty. Jing Baimu, Ding Shan, and I, the remaining 6 people, have probably all succeeded. I'm just afraid that they have already been sent out by the teleportation formation." He was suddenly stunned. He saw that the teleportation formation that had been activated had stopped. There was no longer any light of teleportation. Did the teleportation system crash when I resisted the teleportation just now? Yunxiao pondered for a moment, then flashed up to check the teleportation array. Boom! Suddenly, the teleportation formation exploded, and a yellow light rushed up from the ground. Not only did it blow up the teleportation formation, but the entire ground also shattered, revealing a hole of more than 100 feet. Above the hole stood a person, exuding cold air as he looked over. Although Yunxiao was taken aback and took half a step back to keep his guard up, he was overjoyed. The strength and cultivation base of the man in front of him were no lower than Jing Baimu's, so he should be someone from the 9 Gods Pill Pavilion, and he must have divine pills with him. The old man stared at him, frowned slightly, and turned to leave. "Hold on. Who are you?" Yunxiao shouted, feeling strange that the other party did not snatch his pills. The old man then turned his head slightly and said, "You're also someone who obtained a divine pill, right? Not bad. This old master has something to do right now, so you can stay here and don't leave. This old master will come back to talk to you later." After saying that, the old man flew directly into the hole and ignored him. Yunxiao was a little dumbfounded. The old man had said that he would come back to talk to him. What talk? He was definitely going to rob him of his pills. He said he had something to do. What is more important than snatching divine pills in the Emperor Pill Tower? Yunxiao pondered for a moment. Naturally, he would not stay where he was and wait, but flew into the hole as well. There was also a huge palace inside, which should be one of the other 6 pavilions that he had never been to. Boom! There was a huge tremor in the hall, and a big hole was blasted open on the ground opposite. The old man only glanced at him and flew into the hole directly. Then a loud laugh came. Yunxiao hurriedly followed. After flying in, he saw a dark room below, empty and different from the hall of the 9 divine pill. In the middle of the dark room was an array. Yunxiao looked at it and saw 9 pieces of precious jade inlaid in it. They had different colors, but all of them were dark. 9 labyrinth formation. Yunxiao was taken aback. According to Jing Baimu's memory, the array on the ground should be the central room of the entire 9 Gods Pill Pavilion, which controlled all its operations. The old man let out a soft sound and turned his head around. He said with some surprise, "You also recognize the 9 labyrinth formation?" "I have some impression of it," Yunxiao said without changing his expression. "I think I've seen it before." The old man let out an "oh" and said, "That's considered profound." It was only then that he began to look at Yunxiao carefully. His face changed, and his eyes almost popped out as he cried out, "The age of your bones is old." In his shock, he immediately recovered his normal expression and said, "You're a descended body, right? Who is the soul that lives in this body?" Yunxiao was sweating in his heart. He could understand how the other party felt. No one would believe that a body in his 20s had the cultivation base of a true immortal realm cultivator. It's none of your business who it is, but I'm sure I don't know you. Xianxia glanced around the room and found nothing but the array. Instead, he asked, "This place is the core of the Emperor Pill Tower?" The old man pondered for a while. He knew that he couldn't hide it anymore, so he said, "Yes, I am." Xianxia looked at him with a smile and said, "Sir, you must have some ulterior motive for coming here after all this trouble." "Of course I do, but you won't even tell me who you are. So why should I tell you what I'm trying to do?" The old man sneered. Xianxia was not in a hurry. "It's all right," he said with a smile. "You don't have to say anything, sir. I'll naturally take good care of it." The old man was stunned, and his face immediately darkened. He said in a cold voice, "Then you're looking for death." He suddenly attacked. He put his hands together in front of his body, and a golden seal appeared. It flew around his palms, and suddenly slapped over. Although Xianxia had been on guard for a long time, he did not expect the man to attack so quickly and efficiently. Moreover, the palm strike was mighty and exuded supreme power. It was by no means a probing attack, but an attempt to take his life with one move. Although Xianxia was shocked, he did not panic. He calmly took a few steps back to increase the distance between them, then clenched his palm and met the attack. Boom! The two palms collided, and golden rings of light spread out. Xianxia did not retreat even half a step. The old man felt as if he had hit a bronze wall with his palm, and his entire arm was a little numb from the shock. In his horror, he could not open his eyes because of Xianxia's golden light. What's going on? Since it's a body that has descended, how can it have such a strong physical body? Although he didn't see that the other party's physical body had reached perfection, he could feel the pressure. In a hurry, he didn't have time to think and quickly withdrew his palm. He turned around, pulled out his sword, and stabbed out with a white light. Dang! Xianxia chuckled. Unhurriedly, he stretched out two fingers and performed an incantation gesture, then knocked the back of his finger on the white light sword, causing it to buzz. However, his expression suddenly changed. The sword did not bounce off after being knocked by two fingers. Instead, it softened in an instant and wrapped around his fingers and arm like a snake or a rope. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The soft sword bound Xiao's fingers and right arm, then spun upward along his arm. A terrifying strangling force emerged under the sword beam, tearing his entire arm apart. Pala! Under the attack of the sword chi, half of Xiao's body turned into thunder, and the soft sword instantly bounced straight and jolted into his body, bursting out a sword beam and shooting out of it. Bang! Bang! His entire body was pierced hundreds of times by the other party's sword light. The thunder shape became blurry and dispersed with a PA sound. It condensed hundreds of feet away and then returned to its true form. 5 elements spirit body. The old man cried out in shock, his eyes filled with horror. He stood still with his sword in hand, seemingly motionless. Xiao's face darkened, and he felt extremely depressed. He had been deceived by Ding Shan earlier due to his carelessness, and now he was injured by the other party. If he had not escaped with his thunder body and withstood the attack with his imperishable golden body, he would have been seriously injured by the sword just now. Old thing, you really think this young master is easy to bully? Xiao held the sword in one hand and performed an incantation gesture with the other. The red sword killer turned into a white beam in the air, and in an instant he became one with the sword, turning into a huge sword beam in the air and slashing down. Boom, boom, boom. In the entire hall, the space was constantly torn apart by the sword force, as if it was going to split the entire tower in half. Black cracks even appeared on the floor of the secret room, and they continued to break to the sides. The old man was shocked. He didn't want to take such a strong sword attack head-on. But the secret room was not wide, and the sword covered all directions, so he couldn't avoid it. Stop! Stop fighting! The sword in the old man's hand suddenly became as hard as iron. He met the attack head-on, and with a bang, the two swords collided, forcing the old man to retreat, his protective upstanding chi and making it shrink. His face turned pale. There's no point in continuing the fight. Stop. Kill. The old man shouted again. He had wanted to kill Xianxia as fast as a lightning bolt, but since the latter had descended, he was certainly not very strong, and he was very confident that he could deal with him in a short time. This way, not only would there be less trouble, but he could also seize the other party's divine pill, killing two birds with one stone. But now that he had attacked, it was clear that killing the other party was definitely not something that could be done in a few moves. As such, he immediately lost the will to fight and shouted to stop. Xianxia's eyes were sharp as he stared at the old man for a while. Then, he shook his sword and took a few steps back before he stopped his attack. Xianxia was just feeling aggrieved and depressed, so he vented his anger by swinging his sword. He did not intend to fight to the death with the old man here, so he calmed down after the swing and looked at him coldly. With your strength, you do have the right to know about the matters of the Emperor Pill Tower. The old man's expression softened. This 9-labyrinth formation is indeed the core of the Emperor Pill Tower. Furthermore, this place leads directly to the Emperor Pill Palace, the highest floor of this tower. Emperor Pill Palace. What? Xianxia's heart trembled. How do we go there? Humph. I also want to know, but I've just arrived here, and you've already followed me. The old man's face darkened. Xianxia's expression changed several times as he chuckled and said, Are there countless divine pills and spiritual medicines in the Emperor Pill Palace? How would I know? The old man asked. This building was created by the magic god Yifan, and only people from Mysterious Separation Island know about the situation in the Emperor Pill Palace. However, I don't know if it's true or not. The heavenly fortune pill really exists in this world. Xianxia clenched his fists, and his 10 fingers crackled, showing that he was not calm. The old man looked at him and snorted coldly. He said in disdain, It's just a rumor, but the divine elixirs in the Emperor Elixir Palace are definitely better than those in the 9 Elixir Palace. Suddenly, someone laughed and said, Lord Ba Jin is right. The Emperor Pill Palace does have the heavenly fortune pill. I'm sure of this. A ray of light flew in from outside the secret room and landed inside. It turned into the figure of a man. His long clothes were on the ground. His eyes were like a tiger's, and his body was straight. You're a Mayfly Yuan Foundation. The old man's body trembled, and his expression changed greatly. He said in a deep voice, You're actually not dead yet. A sharp light shot out from his eyes and he was extremely vigilant, as if he was extremely afraid of this person. I didn't expect Master Ba Jin to remember me. TSK, what an honor. Yuan Ji's smile was a little strange and extremely uncomfortable. He ignored Ba Jin and sized up Xianxia with a suspicious look. Ba Jin sneered coldly. Back then, when I entered the Eternal World, Lord Yuan Ji came to guide me to Mysterious Separation Island. However, he coveted my things on the way and attacked me in the dark without regard for his status. Fortunately, I was prepared and managed to survive. It's all in the past. I didn't expect Master Ba Jin to remember it so clearly. Yuan Ji chuckled and touched the mustache at the corner of his mouth. Ba Jin said coldly, Lord Yuan Ji, of course you have a forgetful mind. That was the most dangerous time in my life. I almost turned into dust in this world. It's naturally unforgettable. This also made this old master have no good feelings towards Mysterious Separation Island. Later on, many people invited me, but I didn't want to go. However, it was Your Excellency who urged me to go. I heard that you violated the island's rules and were hunted down everywhere, so I thought Your Excellency had already died. It's already in the past, why do you keep bringing it up? Could it be that you want to reminisce about the past with me? You were lucky back then, Yuan Ji laughed coldly. I don't think you'll be lucky today. Chi. Ba Jin shook the soft sword in his hand like a snake flicking its tongue, emitting rays of sword light. He looked like he was about to fight a decisive battle. He made a hand seal with one hand and pointed at the Yuan Foundation, the power in his body rising continuously. Humph, I've only said a few words and you really want to fight? You don't want the heavenly fortune pill anymore. Yuan Ji crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking like he had no intention of making a move. What? Biesu sneered. You're not gonna leave the pill to me, are you? We'll still have to fight in the end. Yuan Ji nodded. It's impossible to give you the pill. This pill has been blessed by the heavens and earth. It can bring the dead back to life and grow flesh from bones. It's almost equivalent to having an extra life. No one can resist the temptation of this pill. However, if we were to fight like a crane and a clam, it would benefit others. Ba Jin turned his head slightly and glanced at Yunxiao next to him. You mean him? Hee. This man is indeed a bit strange. He seems to be from the outside world, and should be a powerful warrior of the heavenly martial realm of this era. I'm not talking about him, but Mysterious Separation Island. Yuan Ji's voice changed and became serious. His eyes flickered with killing intent from time to time, as if he was extremely resentful of Mysterious Separation Island. Mysterious Separation Island. Ba Jin was also surprised and said, could it be that Mysterious Separation Island is also here to seize the pill? That was impossible. The Emperor Pill Tower has always been under the control of Mysterious Separation Island. If you want to retrieve the pills, you can do it any time. Why do you have to choose now? This is something you don't know. This lord has been in Mysterious Separation Island for a period of time. I know more than you. Yuan Ji explained. This Emperor Pill Tower was refined by Master Yi Fan, and he set up a restriction. As one of the 4 spirits, it seals the spiritual energy. The Emperor Pill Palace on the top floor can only be opened after the 9 elixir palaces have broken through it. Once the Emperor Pill Palace is opened, everything hidden in the Emperor Pill Tower will be opened and become ordinary items. They can no longer be used as the eye of the array to seal the spiritual energy of the eternal world. Therefore, the Mysterious Separation Island does not dare to act rashly and has to wait for this opportunity. If I'm not wrong, the people from Xianli Island have already entered the Emperor Pill Palace. Ba Jin was surprised, and he didn't know whether it was true or not. If the people from Mysterious Separation Island have already entered the Emperor Pill Palace, then all our efforts would have been in vain. What's the point of staying here? Don't be in a hurry. Yuan Ji said, if the Emperor Elixir Palace opens, all the spaces in this building will open and merge into one. There is nothing unusual at the moment. Can be seen that the palace door has not been opened. Space fusion? What? Yunxiao's face changed slightly. Doesn't that mean the passage of the whole building has been opened, and everyone has squeezed into the Emperor Pill Palace? Yuan Ti looked at him with a sinister smile, nodded, and said, that's right. Yuan Ji looked at the two's stunned expressions and chuckled. As long as you didn't leave under the power of teleportation, you'll have the opportunity to fight for the heavenly fortune pill. Of course, the risks involved were also very high, and it depended on the individual. After all, there is only one such pill in the world. Both Yunxiao and Biejin were slightly shocked, although they had guessed that even if there was one, it must be only one. After all, it was already a legend for such a legendary existence to have one. They were still a little nervous and the atmosphere became heavy. Don't be too nervous. Yuan Ji saw the two of them and said with a smile, according to my observation, the teleportation just now shook many people away, but there are also many masters who stayed. In addition to the people from Mysterious Separation Island, I'm afraid that a fierce battle will be inevitable. What's the matter? Ba Jin thought for a moment and said, if you have something to say, just say it. I hate beating around the bush. Haha. Lord Ba Jin, you're as straightforward as ever. I'll be direct. Why don't you and I join forces to resist the enemy together? Yuan Ji stared at him and said, the past is the past. As a person, we have to look forward. Only death awaits us if we cling to the past. Ba Jin pondered for a moment, then pointed at Yunxiao and said, if you and I join forces, what about this person? Yuan Ji laughed, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. This person is from the outer realm, after all. He's different from you and me. Since we're going to form an alliance, let's kill him first to show our sincerity. Yunxiao was speechless when he heard that. He grunted and immediately blacklisted Yuan Ji in his heart. Oh? However, this person is not simple. Biesu's eyelids twitched, but he said calmly, Even if you and I join forces, it'll be very difficult to take him down in a short period of time. Once the battle ripples spread out, I'm afraid it'll be easy for others to take advantage of him. Does this person really have such strength? Yuanji was a little incredulous. He glanced at Yunxiao a few more times, then at the lecherous scene in the dark room, and his face changed slightly as he said, "But this person is also a disaster. Sooner or later, he will become one of the great enemies of our pill snatching. It's better to get rid of him now." Yunxiao sneered as he pointed at Yuanji and said, "Old thing, I'm following you. I won't be snatching the pill later, I'll just beat you up. You can go wherever you want, and if I can't get the pill, you can forget about it." Yuanji's expression changed drastically. He suddenly looked at Ba Jin and said in a deep voice, "Lord Ba Jin, he's already said so. He'll definitely ruin our plan. No matter how difficult it is, we have to get rid of him first." Ba Jin was unmoved. "This person wants to deal with you," he said indifferently. "What does it have to do with me? Bad things are bad things for you, so why do you want to involve me? It's really strange." Yuanji immediately became furious and shouted, "Ba Jin, don't you dare be ungrateful." Biesu laughed in a relaxed manner and said, "I don't dare to know what's good for me. The first time you accused me of being careless. If there's a second time, I can only say Tnat, I'm stupid." Yunxiao's face was also filled with anger. He glared at Yuanji and sneered, "Hehe, let's see how you're going to escape this time. I'll beat you up when we're snatching the pills later." Yuanji was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. His face was ashen, and only then did he soften his tone and say, "Little brother, I was too rash just now. Don't waste your opportunity to steal the pill just because of a little bit of pride. Humph. I'm going to be buried in vain. So I'll chase you and beat you up." Yunxiao's face was full of anger, as if he wanted to die together with the other party. "You coward!" Yuanji was exasperated. He did not understand how such a stupid person could exist. If he was targeted by such a rash person, he would be in deep trouble. The most important thing was that this hothead was so powerful that even Ba Jin didn't want to provoke him. "Little brother, this old man has misspoken before. I apologize to you here. I hope you don't hold it against an old man like me." Yuanji's face was filled with sincerity as he bowed. In order to obtain the core, he had endured the humiliation. "Humph, it's easy for you to say. If it weren't for the fact that Lord Ba Jin didn't want to associate himself with you, I don't know if I could still be alive. Do you know how big the shadow in my heart is?" Yunxiao pointed at his chest and shouted angrily. Yuanji's chest also felt stuffy as he said gloomily, "Who do you think I am? I've already lowered myself to apologize to you. What else do you want?" "Humph." Yunxiao panted a few times before he said, "Men die in pursuit of wealth. Birds die in pursuit of food. If it's beneficial, everything can be discussed. If there's no benefit, this young master will fight with you." Yuanji, Swan and I. He was stunned for a moment before he realized that the person in front of him was not stunned. That angry look was most likely an act. Come to think of it, if he didn't have any intelligence, how could he have survived in this world where the strong preyed on the weak? "Then what do you want?" Yuanji was relieved when he understood Yunxiao's thoughts. What he feared most was that the latter was really a brainless fool who would cling to him, which would be troublesome. "Humph, I don't want anything," Yunxiao said. "Since you're here, you must have obtained a divine pill, right? Just give it to me." Yuanji and Biejin were so shocked that they spat out a mouthful of blood. Their mouths were wide open. His appetite was too scary. Yuanji was so angry that he laughed and said, "Haha, are all the young people these days so arrogant? If you want a divine pill, you'll have to have the strength and life to do so." As he spoke, his eyes glowed with a murderous intent. Yunxiao shrugged and spread his hands as he said, "I'm not that ambitious to try and steal the only heavenly fortune pill. You tried to kill me just now. This is a life and death feud. If you can't make up for it with a divine pill, I'll follow you today. I don't believe you can still steal the pill with my interference. I'll make it so that you don't even have a 10% chance." Yuanji flew into a rage. Xiao was clearly blackmailing him. Since you're looking for death, then you can't blame me. It was impossible for him to take out a divine pill. Therefore, his killing intent was aroused. The aura from his body exploded out like a flood and a fierce beast. Xiao was about to make a move when he saw the violent killing intent being swept away by the power of space. And then the dark room began to become unstable. The three of them were shocked, and their eyes became sharp. They knew that the Emperor Pill Palace had been opened, and all the spaces had merged into one. Rumble! Explosions rang out in his ears continuously, and his body was torn apart by a huge force. In a flash, he appeared in front of a huge palace. All kinds of powerful auras appeared around him, and in the blink of an eye, there were 20 to 30 people gathered in front of the palace gate. Some were pleasantly surprised, while others were confused. Xiao scanned the area with his divine sense and found the judge, Gu Qingqing, and Mu Xing. But Xianxia and Chen Duantian were nowhere to be found. He reckoned that they had left the Emperor Pill Tower after getting the pills that matched them. Furthermore, Ding Shan was not in the crowd either. Instead, Mu He of Beiming Dark Palace and Mi Hong of Blood Crow Palace were present. He had some impression of the rest of the people, but he was not too familiar with them. Apart from Yuanji and Biajin, there were two other elders whose auras were also very powerful. At the same time, the old man also released his divine sense to see the situation in front of the hall clearly. He sized up Yuanji and Biajin in surprise, and even gave Xiao a few more glances. For some unknown reason, many of them started whispering to people they knew, but they soon became quiet. In front of the hall, there were two figures with their backs facing them. The strong wind blew on their bodies, making their robes flutter. Everyone watched without moving. Although many people didn't understand what was going on, they knew that something had definitely happened. Xiao knew that the two men in front of him must be the experts from Mysterious Separation Island. Meng Zhua and Zhu Jun looked at each other, their faces filled with bitterness. Their faces were pale and their foreheads were covered in sweat. It was clear that they had spent a lot of effort to break the palace gate. What made their hearts sink even more was that all the experts in the tower had been teleported over. This was something that they had never expected. The current situation was a little difficult to control. The two of you look a little unfamiliar. Why don't you turn around and let this old man take a good look? Yuanji was the first to speak. He had a mocking and cold expression on his face, and there was even killing intent. Humph! Lord Yuanji is indeed forgetful. Have you forgotten me so quickly? Zhu Jun sneered and slowly turned around. His eyes were ice cold. You're Bayan Zhu Jun. Yuanji's expression changed drastically, revealing a trace of shock. He had not expected the person to be this person, and his expression became somewhat serious. The other person looked extremely unfamiliar. His right eye was closed and there was a centipede-like scar on it. He looked a little ferocious, but he had never seen him before and did not recognize him. Zhu Jun laughed coldly and looked at everyone. Xiao's pupils constricted. He could clearly feel that the man's eyes were on him for a much longer time than the others. He was afraid that he had already caught the man's attention. After Zhu Jun scanned everyone, he said, "This place has been taken over by Mysterious Separation Island. Everyone, leave immediately." There was a slight discussion below. Most people didn't know what Mysterious Separation Island was, so they all revealed curious expressions. Ha ha ha. Hearing everyone's discussion, Yuanji couldn't help but laugh. Mysterious Separation Island is indeed impressive, but unfortunately, not many people know about it. Zhu Jun was also a bit embarrassed. There were only a few old monsters from the inner realm in front of him, and the rest were almost all from the outer realm. He snorted and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't know. It's fine as long as you know." He raised his hand and clenched his fist in the air. Suddenly, there was an explosive sound. The fist seemed to have the power of a dragon and an elephant, which turned into boundless power and shook down. Boom, boom, boom. A boundless pressure spread out, and ripples condensed in the air, sweeping over everyone. Eft! Eft! Immediately, a few people vomited blood on the spot. They were sent flying by the power of the fist and were seriously injured in an instant. Naturally, Xianxia stood still. Although the fist power was strong, it was nothing to him. Just the power of the punch was so vast that the injured warriors were all shocked and couldn't help but retreat. Even those who could withstand the power of the fist turned pale. Zhu Jun retracted his hand and sneered, "It doesn't matter if you don't recognize Xianli Island, as long as you recognize the fist. The restriction outside the Emperor Pill Tower has been opened. Anyone can go out. From now on, the area within 100 kilometers of this palace is a forbidden zone. Anyone who remains inside will die." Many people's expressions changed drastically, and they turned to leave in shock. They had already obtained a lot of good things, and they didn't want to die here for no reason. Many of them didn't even know what was going on, so they immediately flew away. Very quickly, the arena became sparse, with only a dozen people left. Except for Xianxia and the others, who still looked at ease, many people's faces turned extremely serious and livid, and they wanted to leave but were at a loss. "Humph!" Zhu Jun snorted coldly and said, "The rest of you are all prepared to die, right?" His body exuded an unparalleled majesty that made people shudder. Finally, 2 more people couldn't bear the pressure in their hearts and turned around to leave. At this moment, there were only 15 people left in the field. Yunxiao Yuanji, Ba Jin, Gu Qingqing Yi Muxing, Mu He, and 8 people he did not know. They all seemed to want to try their luck. Meng Zhuo suddenly broke the silence. "How many of you are here to retrieve divine pills from the 9-pill palace?" The 15 people's expressions changed slightly. Some muttered to themselves, while some were Xianxia. Although Meng Zhuo only had his left eye left, it was extremely sharp. He scanned everyone's expressions and could roughly guess what was going on. Yuan Ji snorted. "Why? You're asking about this. Do you want to snatch it?" Meng Zhuo glanced at him, his eyes cold and disdainful. Yuan Ji was enraged by his contemptuous expression and rebuked. "Little brat, tell me your name. When I was on mysterious Separation Island, I have never seen a person like you." Meng Zhuo ignored him and closed his eyes. Yuan Ji was so angry that he let out a loud wah-wah, and his entire body exploded with killing intent. However, it was clearly not appropriate for him to make a move at this time. Although he was angry, he still restrained himself. Zhu Jun ignored him and said, "Since you're all staying, the 2 of us won't stop you. You can enter the Emperor Pill Palace if you want to." He and Meng Zhuo stepped forward, formed hand seals, and slammed their palms together on the palace gate. A vast golden light appeared on the door. The restrictions on it had long been broken, and it slowly opened with a chi sound. When the light shone in, it was several mu in size. There was only a table left, and on top of it was a golden furnace, which was exquisite and luxurious. The outside of the hall fell silent as everyone stared at the golden furnace. Some of them did not even know what treasure was there and only wanted to stay to see if they were lucky. Now that they had seen it, they understood that the most precious item in the entire Emperor Pill Tower was definitely in the golden cauldron. Zhu Jun's eyes also flashed with a bright light, but it disappeared in an instant. He made a gesture of invitation and laughed. "Everyone, please. We won't stop anyone who wishes to enter. But you have to know that there is only one heavenly fortune pill, and there are 15 of you." The heavenly fortune pill! A few exclamations rang out. Now everyone knew what was inside, and their eyes lit up with excitement. "Pills are good, but you'll need to be alive to get them," sneered Meng Zhuo. Yuan Ji said coldly, "What a good plan. You just want us to kill each other so that you can reap the benefits. There's no such good thing in the world. We're not stupid." "I don't care if you're stupid or not," Meng Zhuo said. "The pills are right here. Take them if you want, or get out if you don't." The word scram was accompanied by a stern shout, which turned into sound waves that spread out. Dust rose from the ground, blowing into everyone's eyes. Everyone quieted down. To be able to cultivate to his current strength, he was definitely not someone with low intelligence. Moreover, everyone present had seen this kind of treasure-snatching scene several times, and most of them were the final winners, so they knew very well that whoever made the first move would be the most unlucky one. Therefore, They were all motionless, as quiet as a haunted house. Hee, why aren't you making a move? Could it be that you're all lay phone, and you're not self-centered but only benefit others? Yunxiao sneered and walked into the hall. Li Yunxiao! Gu Qingqing screamed. Don't go in! Once one stepped in, they would immediately become the target of public criticism and everyone's enemy. I don't have much hope for this pill. After all, such a divine item belongs to the fated. But it's not good for everyone to waste time here. Someone has to go in first, so I'll throw a brick and lead the way to see who will follow. With a stern look, Yunxiao stepped into the hall and walked toward the golden cauldron. With every step he took, there would be ripples under his feet. He spread his spiritual energy all over his body and was on guard against any danger. In just a few breaths, Yunxiao was getting closer and closer to the golden cauldron. Many experts outside the hall finally could not hold it in any longer, and their breathing became heavy and rapid. Stop! Finally, an old man roared angrily as he turned into a beam of light and flew into the hole. He raised his palm and slapped it directly at Yunxiao while shouting, What qualifications do you, an outer realm cultivator, have to take this divine pill? Yunxiao's figure flickered as he retreated hundreds of feet away and dodged the attack. He laughed and said, Haha! This young master was originally just throwing bricks to guide the jade. Since you have the ability, then go and take it. Yunxiao had already retreated to one side of the hall and was watching with a smile, as if he did not care at all. Humph! The old man snorted heavily and turned around. His eyes were filled with greed as he stared at the golden furnace. Suddenly, his figure flashed and he seemed to have teleported up. With a wave of his sleeve, the golden furnace disappeared. At the same time, the old man's body exploded with a powerful aura. He let out a roar that shook the earth and mountains. Immediately after, a beam of strong light shot up into the sky and struck the dome of the hall, trying to break through it. Old Ghost Guiyang, stay! A few angry shouts came from outside the hall, and then several rays of light teleported over. A few people even appeared directly on the dome, forming seals and hitting the strong light. Boom, boom, boom! The space trembled, and the pillar of light was instantly twisted and bent. Under the joint attack of several people, Guiyang's body also came out of the void and turned into a real body. In horror, he quickly attacked the figures in all directions. Boom! Boom! With several loud quakes, Guiyang struck 5 times, sending out 5 terrifying spiritual pressures that surged in the hall. The table on which the golden furnace was placed was instantly shattered, as if it had never appeared. Guiyang couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Although he had resisted the attacks of 5 people, his internal organs were still injured by the shock. Although the strength of the 5 people varied, they were invincible when they joined forces. After Guiyang spat out a mouthful of blood, he turned around and rushed into the hall. Almost all the powerful old monsters had come in. Besides the 2 from Mysterious Separation Island, the rest of the people outside were martial artists who did not react in time. Their strength was naturally weaker, so they might have a chance. Humph! Childish! A sneer came from the palace gate, and Yi's figure appeared. He didn't make a move just now, but at this moment, the blood light on his body surged, and the spiritual pressure on his palms wavered. Zhu Jun and Meng Zhua, who were standing on both sides of the palace gate, looked at the referee in shock. They exchanged a look and were on high alert. Stay! Mo raised his hand and let out a loud roar as a huge blood-colored palm print appeared in the air. In his fear, Guiyang could only brace himself and fight back. Boom! The blood palm exploded and turned into a rain of blood. Guiyang was sent flying. His entire body was covered in blood. He didn't know if he had vomited it himself or if the sky was dyed red by the blood. As soon as he made his move, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. They couldn't help but be shocked as they immediately understood that this person was a strong enemy who wanted to snatch the core. Yunxiao's brows were slightly furrowed, and he looked a little worried. Although Yi followed him, it did not have any obligation to help him obtain the elixir. In front of the divine elixir, he would probably not be polite to him. The heavenly fortune pill was directly related to the injuries of the Sea Emperor Polong and Ro Wei. Even without the water deity, he would have to find a way to obtain it in order to deal with the ruins of End and Tiansi. Stop! I don't want this pill anymore. You can have it. Don't kill me. Guiyang saw that they were attacking him again. He was so scared that he waved his sleeves, and the golden furnace appeared again and flew up to the dome. When the attackers saw this, they immediately changed directions. Guiyang was relieved. He turned around and retreated to the corner. He took a few medicinal pills and began to heal his injuries. The few of them attacked each other in the air, fighting for the golden furnace. Ripples spread out in the sky, and the battle was intense. Meng Jue, who was standing in front of the main hall, frowned and shouted, "Aren't you afraid that the golden cauldron will break and the divine pill will explode if you fight like this?" These words shocked a few people, and they all slowed down their movements. The golden furnace fell to the ground with a very pleasant clang. Yuanji said ferociously, "We can't fight. What should we do? Are we going to play rock, paper, scissors to decide the winner?" "I'm just reminding you," Meng Jue said coldly. "It's up to you to decide what to do." "How about this?" Yun Xiao laughed. "Let me take care of the cauldron first." "Get lost!" Yuanji cursed angrily. He then stared at the golden furnace and thought for a moment. "Why don't we each lay down an imprint and seal this golden cauldron first? Then we can fight for it. This way it won't be damaged." Another elder with an extraordinary temperament said in a deep voice, "This method is good, but it can't solve the root of the problem. There were too many people here, so it was difficult to distribute. In my opinion, it's better to start with the survival of the fittest. If I'm not mistaken, this must be the famous Lord Ingxiao." "I'm sorry." Yuanji cupped his fists and said, "What is the survival of the fittest?" "It's simple. Ingxiao get rid of the minions first, and then we'll split the loot." Yuanji thought for a moment. This method is not bad. But what are minions? How do we get rid of them? "I see that there are a few divine sovereign realm cultivators among you," Ingxiao said. "Since that's the case, those below the divine sovereign realm are naturally minions. They can either get lost or die." The expressions of the people inside and outside the hall changed drastically. Ingxiao's words were filled with killing intent, causing them to shiver. Yuanji chuckled and said, "I agree with this method. The heavenly fate creation pill isn't something that just anyone can take. Including the two people from Mysterious Separation Island, if I'm not wrong, there are a total of 9 people in the realm of divine sovereign justice. Yi Gu Qingxing, Yun Xiao, Ingxiao, Ba Jin, Guiyang, and himself. Mu Xing was only a clone attached to the puppet, and his cultivation base was only at the realm of returning to true, so he was also excluded by them." "That's good," Ba Jin agreed. "I'll agree." The few of them looked at the martial artists below the divine sovereign justice realm with cold eyes. Those people all sucked in a cold breath and scattered in fear. A few of them felt a bone-chilling chill and quickly retreated from the hall. Ingxiao's eyes turned cold as he stared outside the hall and said, "Anyone who stays within 200 li will die." The cultivators' expressions immediately became extremely unsightly, but with so many powerful cultivators present, they were most likely cannon fodder. They could only unwillingly take to the air and quickly flee without a trace. Brother Ingxiao's idea is brilliant. There's so much less trash in one go. Even the air feels much better." Yuanji took a deep breath and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Ingxiao smiled and looked at Mu Xing. After sizing her up, he said, "This minion, why aren't you getting lost?" The killing intent gathered and swept across Mu Xing's body, leaving many small scratches. Mu Xing's expression did not change. He took a few steps back and walked to the door. "I'm also from Mysterious Separation Island. There should be no problem for me to stay, right?" Ingxiao was stunned as she looked at the two people at the door. "This is Lord Mu Xing, the person in charge of refining and guarding the heavy equipment tower." Zhu Jun nodded. "Since that's the case, then I'll stay here for the time being." Seeing that Zhu Jun had admitted to it, Ingxiao did not continue to make things difficult for him. His gaze continued to sweep across the hall and fell on Guiyang. He chuckled. Guiyang's body trembled slightly, and his face changed greatly. Xiao, what do you mean by this? Hee, it's nothing. Xiao smiled and said, although Lord Guiyang also has the cultivation of a divine sovereign justice realm, he's seriously injured now. He might not even be a match for an ordinary truth-returning realm cultivator. In my opinion, for the sake of your safety, please leave. If I hadn't rushed in first, the heavenly fortune pill would have been snatched by that outer realm kid, Guiyang said angrily. And now you're treating me like this. TSK. Sir, aren't you overestimating yourself and belittling us? Xiao sneered. You're speaking as if there wouldn't be the heavenly fortune creation pill without you. Time is of the essence, so I won't waste my breath with Darren. Stay here and die or roll away. Make your own choice. Guiyang was furious. He felt as if his internal organs were on fire. The one who had hit him the hardest was Xiao. Just as he was about to curse out loud, he suddenly sensed a murderous intent flash in the depths of Xiao's eyes. He could not help but tremble. Only then did he fall silent. He propped up his seriously injured body and said hatefully, "All right, this old master will leave now." His face was ashen. He jumped up and turned into a ray of light, flying out of the hall. Suddenly, a saber radiance broke through the air and rose up, slashing at the escaping light. The two rays of light collided and exploded. Guiyang spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and was sent flying to the ground. His body slid several hundred feet away and crashed into a corner. After a muffled bang, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Xiao, what are you doing? Guiyang raised his head in anger and stared at Xiao with hatred. His eyes were full of anger. This sudden change surprised everyone, but they didn't find it strange. After all, Guiyang was also a divine sovereign justice realm expert. Since Xiao had thoroughly offended him here, it was only natural that he would take advantage of Guiyang's weakness to take his life. Lord Guiyang, I can see that you're extremely dissatisfied with me. I've thought about it, and since you're dissatisfied, let's have a martial arts duel. Don't experts always resolve their problems through a martial arts duel? Xiao laughed coldly and walked forward slowly with a large, shining blade in his hand. You're shameless. Guiyang was angry and anxious, angry and shocked. He couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood again. Xiao's pupils shrank, and he shot out a murderous aura. He took the opportunity to swing his saber and slashed forward. At the same time, his figure flickered and followed behind the blade light. He raised his blade and slashed down. Boom! Boom! Two violent blades slashed down in succession, and the corner of the hall suddenly exploded. Guiyang was shaken out, covered in blood. In a flash, Xiao caught up with him and slashed a few more times. The space was cut into several pieces, and Guiyang's body immediately exploded into a mist of blood. Yunxiao's eyes flickered, but his face was expressionless. This was the first time he had seen a divine sovereign justice realm expert being killed. Originally, at this realm, there was almost no one in the world that could be killed. If he insisted on escaping when he couldn't win, the other party would be in a difficult position. However, when Guiyang had tried to escape by snatching the golden furnace, he had been seriously injured by the joint attack of several people. Then, he had been attacked by Xiao's anger, and he had been sneak attacked. This had completely lost his ability to escape, and in the end, he had died. After Guiyang's death, the people in the hall seemed to be touched and became a little quiet. Yunxiao suddenly felt that someone was looking at him. He turned his head slightly and saw Gu Qingqing, who had a serious look on her face. Their eyes met, and they immediately understood each other's thoughts. The two of them pretended not to know each other and did their own thing. At the critical moment, they would join forces and catch everyone off guard. Yunxiao then turned his eyes to the referee. Mo Weiwei raised her eyes and looked at him. She was as calm as water and had a hint of coldness in her eyes. It was obvious that she didn't want to give up on the heavenly fate pill. She looked like she was going to rely on her own abilities. Suddenly, Yuan Ji's figure moved. He immediately teleported outside the hall and grabbed at a ray of light. What are you doing? Die. Xiao shouted in anger. He waved the overlord blade in his hand and slashed down. Boom! The sky was split into two, and Yuanji's figure was blocked. Xiao flew down and stretched out his hand to grab something. It was the storage bag on Guiyang's body. He took it in the air and it was almost taken away by Yuanji. As soon as the storage bag was in Xiao's hand, he immediately revealed a look of joy and returned to the hall in a flash. Yuanji's face was gloomy as he entered the hall. However, the way he stared at Xiao had already become unfriendly. Ba Jin's eyes were also fierce as he stared at the storage bag and said, "Although Guiyang was killed by your excellency, in essence, it was all of us who forced him to die. How can the things he left behind be taken by your excellency alone? That's the logic. If it was outside the Emperor Pill Tower, we wouldn't have any objections if you killed Guiyang and took anything from him, but now..." Yuanji's face was also suffused with anger and his killing intent pressed over. Xiao's expression changed. He held the storage bag and became alert. He sneered. "Is there anyone as shameless as you in this world? I was the one who injured Guiyang before, and now I'm the one who killed him. You have the face to tell me to share the spoils? I can give the other things to you, sir," Yuanji said. But with Guiyang's strength, he must have been assigned to the 9 Elixir Palace. No matter what, you can't keep that divine elixir to yourself. What a joke. What can be compared to the value of a divine pill? How about this? Xiao said coldly. I'll take the divine elixir and you can have the rest. At their level, unless it was a saint artifact, nothing was more attractive than medicinal pills that could increase one's skill and cultivation. Gu Qingqing suddenly laughed. Hehe. How can you be so sure that Guiyang has a divine pill? The Emperor Pill Tower's random teleportation is not only based on one's strength, but also on fate. It doesn't necessarily mean that the more powerful one is, the more powerful one will be. It's better to take a closer look. You have a point, sir. Xiao nodded. He clenched his fist and Guiyang's storage bag suddenly burst open. A spherical space appeared above his palm, and there were many items inside. Xiao fiddled with it with one hand, and several jade boxes appeared. He opened them one by one, and the expression on his face gradually changed from nervousness to gloominess and disappointment. Bang! In the end, he picked out a few items and left them behind. The spherical space exploded, and after the explosion, things fell all over the ground. There were profound level weapons, jade slips, medicinal pills, and so on. However, the most precious items had already been kept by Xiao. He said gloomily, "As everyone can see, there aren't any divine pills, only some passable level 9 medicinal pills and items. It's not too much for this old man to take them, right? Hee. Since there's no divine pill, we have nothing to say. However, it's one thing for Darren to take away the few items, but he also threw all the rubbish on the ground. It can't be that he wants us to pick them up, right?" Yuanji gave a muffled grunt and was rather unhappy. Since Lord Yuanji can't stand it, Xiao sneered. "I'll just sweep it away." "Hold on. Yunxiao." Yunxiao suddenly cried out. He instantly turned into a whirlwind and collected all the trash. He smiled and said, "If there's any trash that you don't want, please give it to me." Xiao stared at him for a while and said, "It's fine if you want trash, but the key problem now is that all the lackeys below the divine sovereign justice realm have been kicked out. You seem to be a lackey as well, right?" Yunxiao chuckled and said, "With so many experts here, I can't get any pills. Why don't you let me observe your divine might and broaden my horizons? I'm just afraid that I'll be blind before I can see the divine might," Xiao said coldly. "You don't have to worry about that, my lord," Yunxiao said with a smile. "You'd better think about how to seize the heavenly fortune pill. Don't put your mind on a small fry like me. Pill snatching is this lord's matter. I have my own plans. However, I'm really displeased to have a minion by my side." Xiao's face turned cold, and he suddenly launched an attack. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Yunxiao and thrust his 5 fingers at his chest. Bang! Yunxiao had been prepared for this, so he threw out a palm as well. The impact of both palms shook the hall. Rays of golden light spread out from their bodies, and a terrifying spiritual pressure fluctuated. They were actually evenly matched. Everyone's eyes were drawn to it. Yuan Ji and Ba Jin, as well as Zhu Jun and Meng Zhua, who were outside the hall, were especially shocked. Although they were evenly matched, the golden light that glowed from Yunxiao's body was particularly dazzling. Lord Mu Xing, you entered the Emperor Pill Tower with this man. Do you know his background? Zhu Jun asked in a low voice. Mu Xing nodded. I know a little, but I don't know the details. However, Lao Ai has the Divine Realm tablet. He originally wanted to keep it a secret and report it to Yi Qingyu when he returned to Shenli Island, but after thinking about it, he decided to tell him. What? The two of them cried out in shock and lost their composure, immediately attracting the attention of the people in the hall. The two men knew that they had lost their composure, so they grunted and stopped talking. They turned their eyes to Yunxiao, unable to suppress the shock in their eyes, and their expressions were extremely complicated. At this moment, in the hall, Yunxiao was also shocked and angry. Although his opponent was only at the true immortal realm, he was able to take his attack head-on. You have opened all 8 gates and sanctified your physical body. After staring at Yunxiao for a long time, Yunxiao came back to his senses and said slowly with a gloomy face, Fortunately, my body has been sanctified, and my eyes have been trained, Yunxiao said with a smile. Otherwise, I would have been blinded by your divine might. Humph! Yunxiao snorted and said, Since he has sanctified his body, he naturally has the right to stay. Bang! A burst of spiritual pressure exploded between their palms, and they both retreated. Yuan Ji finally understood why Ba Jin had not been willing to join forces to kill this person. His divine body had reached phenomenal success, and his physical body had become a saint. He sighed inwardly and said, Right now, all the people remaining in the arena have the qualifications to snatch the pill. How should we distribute the pills next? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the golden furnace on the ground. No one dared to touch it, or they would immediately become the target of public criticism. Guiyang was the best outcome. Yunxiao's gaze shifted to Mo and he coldly said, This heavenly fortune pill was refined by a master of the human race. How can it be taken by a foreign race? Are you all willing to join forces with me to expel this demon first? Mo's expression changed and he glared at Yunxiao with anger. He shouted, You're looking for death. Yunxiao was forced by his murderous aura and could not help but take half a step back. He looked around and hurriedly said, Don't tell me you're happy for the demons to join in and steal the pill. Yuan Ji and Ba Jin were both secretly shocked. The demon's strength was above theirs, and his killing intent was extremely strong. When they saw him send Guiyang flying with one palm, it seemed that his magical power was not small, and he had long been a person they were afraid of. I think that Brother Yunxiao's words make sense. Yuan Ji immediately stood beside Yunxiao, and his aura instantly grew stronger, forcing the referee's pressure back. Ba Jin also stepped forward and stood with the two. Where are the two of you? Yunxiao looked at Gu Qingqing and Yunxiao and said, Could the two of you bear to see the divine items left behind by our ancestors be taken by an outsider? Gu Qingqing chuckled as she looked at Yunxiao and said, What do you think we should do? Yunxiao smiled. Although I agree with you, my lord, I have no choice but to not participate because my strength is limited. My lords, you can play with this demon. Although he had stated that he would follow him for 10 years, his attitude was also clear that he wanted to compete for the heavenly fate pill. Yunxiao naturally would not help him get the pill, but he could not join Yunxiao's camp to deal with Yi, so it was best to remain neutral. You're right, Gu Qingqing said with a smile. I agree with Li Yunxiao's point of view. I want to, but I can't. Yunxiao and the other two were extremely displeased. Yuan Ji rebuked. Could it be that the two of you want to see us fight and reap the benefits without doing anything? Whatever you say, Yunxiao said with a raised eyebrow. Don't we even have the right to make our own decisions? Lord Yuan Ji, don't forget that you have hurt my heart before and haven't made it up to me yet. I won't forget this. Yuan Ji's face sank. He was extremely depressed and speechless, not knowing what to say. My lords, Yunxiao said loudly as he looked out of the hall. Don't tell me that you're going to ignore the demon's rampage? Zhu Jun sneered. What a joke. You guys snatching pills. What does it have to do with us? Xiao and the other two were extremely depressed. It wasn't that the three of them couldn't take down Yi together, but that Yi's strength was tyrannical. One more person meant one less effort for them, and they could have an additional chance to obtain the core. Now Yunxiao, Gu Qingqing, and the others were watching the three men from Mysterious Separation Island. If they were exhausted, they would be in big trouble. Humph. Since you guys don't care, this old man can't be bothered either. Xiao thought for a moment and decided not to attack Mo so easily. He waved his sleeve and the battle was over. The referee snorted coldly and retracted all his aura. He was naturally not foolish enough to take the initiative to provoke three divine sovereign realm experts. Yuan Ji said, "Since you are not willing to expel this demon, then forget it. At this moment, the remaining 9 people all have the opportunity to seize the core. But in my opinion, everyone's biggest enemy is Xianli Island, which Lao AI is pretending to be out of the picture. I can guarantee that these 3 people are blocking the entrance of the main hall. As long as one of us manages to get the pill, they will definitely make a move." Zhu Jun and Meng Zhuo's expressions changed. Zhu Jun shouted, "Yuan Ji, you want to use everyone's power to deal with us?" Yuan Ji sneered, "If the 3 of you don't have any intentions, I, Yuan Ji, can't persuade everyone no matter how powerful I am. No one here is a fool. Who doesn't understand the 3 of you's mentality of taking advantage of the situation when you're the Oriole behind?" Xiao also said, "That's right. The 3 lords of Mysterious Separation Island are standing at the door. We are really worried. Please leave quickly." The restriction of the Emperor Pill Palace was opened by the 2 of us with great effort. Meng Zhuo said coldly, "Why should we leave? In terms of strength and qualifications, you are nothing." Zhu Jun and Meng Zhuo were both extremely depressed and angry. They had indeed planned to sit back and reap the benefits, but they had not expected to be ostracized so quickly. But thinking about it, everyone present was a sly old fox. How could they let them take advantage of the situation? Ha ha ha. Yuan Ji laughed loudly. "Whether we have the strength or not, whether we have the qualifications or not, there's no need for the 3 of you to worry. You just have to get lost quickly." He turned his eyes to Yunxiao and Gu Qingqing and said, "The 2 of you won't just stand by and watch this time, right?" "Yes, I agree this time too. I fully support it." Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and smiled as brightly as a flower. If he chased away the 3 from Xianli Island, then there would only be Xiao and the other 2 left. There would be nothing to be afraid of, and he would be very confident in obtaining the elixir. At that time, Gu Qingqing and Mo became the variables. Mo clearly wanted to steal the pill. Although Gu Qingqing was now in an alliance with him, it was hard to guess what she was thinking, and what she would do under the temptation of the heavenly fortune pill. Zhu Jun's and Meng Zhuo's faces immediately turned unsightly. If all 6 people in the hall were against them, they could not stay in this place any longer. Besides, Yunxiao had the Divine Realm Tablet, which made his status extremely special. They did not want to make him their enemy. Zhu Jun said in a deep voice, "Even if you chase the 3 of us away, how much confidence do you have in snatching the pills? In the end, most of you will still die. In my opinion, why don't we use the fairest method, draw lots, and the winner gets the pill? This way, we can avoid everyone's deaths and make everyone convinced." "This method is not bad," Yuan Ji said, "but the fewer people involved in the martial arts competition, the better. After we expel the people from Mysterious Separation Island, how about we use martial arts to decide?" he said with a smile as he looked at the people in the hall. "Haha, this is a wonderful method." Xiao and Beijing also laughed and agreed with him. "Yuan Ji, you're courting death. Whether or not I get the pill today, I can't let you live." Zhu Jun was furious. His face was extremely gloomy. Boom! The air exploded, and a stream of air could be seen shuttling through. The powerful force stirred up a cyclone that rushed towards the Yuan Foundation. In his shock, Yuan Ji dodged and retreated. However, the cyclone was like a maggot in his bones and he could not dodge it at all. Ha! Red spinning palm. Yuan Ji circulated his Yuan technique and suddenly slapped out. Boom! The two forces exploded and engulfed the two of them. The two figures kept flashing in the storm and instantly started fighting. All kinds of energy turned into circles of energy and spread out. Everyone in the hall immediately dispersed to the sides, watching the battle while keeping an eye on the golden furnace on the ground to prevent it from being damaged. The golden cauldron was lying on the ground, trembling continuously under the surge of elemental energy. It was extremely dangerous, but no one dared to go forward to pick it up. Zhu Jun was really determined to kill Yuan Ji. He no longer cared about snatching the core and gave his all in the battle, not holding back at all. "Quickly come and help me." Yuan Ji was shocked and furious as he hurriedly shouted. Under Zhu Jun's frenzied attacks, he could only defend and was forced into a disadvantageous position. Ying Xiao rolled his eyes and laughed. "Lord Yuan Ji, don't worry. With us around, the other two people from Mysterious Separation Island will not dare to interfere. Otherwise, we will not sit idly by. Yuan Ji, Swan and I." These words were equivalent to saying, "Don't worry and fight one-on-one. The other side won't interfere, and we won't interfere either." The people in the hall all had the same thoughts, hoping that these two people would fight until they both died. "You bunch of despicable people. Have you forgotten the Treaty of Alliance?" Yuan Ji cursed. "We agreed to expel Xianli Island together. I actually have to do it alone. Where's your credibility?" Ying Xiao and Ba Jin were embarrassed. They lowered their heads awkwardly and pretended not to hear anything. Yun Xiao and Gu Qingqing chuckled and turned a deaf ear to their words, watching them fight happily. Zhu Jun said sarcastically, "This is a private matter between you and Xianli Island. It has nothing to do with the Dan. Naturally, others will not interfere. Don't tell me that they're still going to shield you from your personal grudges even after the alliance agreement." "Aya, so it's a personal grudge." Ying Xiao's face was full of blame. "Lord Yuan Ji, you are too unkind. You actually want to use us as shields. How could I know such a despicable person like you?" he shouted. "Ha ha." Ba Jin laughed at the sky and said, "Yuan Ji, you didn't expect this day to come, did you? Back then, you ambushed me and almost took my life, but what's in the past is in the past. I, Ba Jin, am not a vengeful person, so I'll repay evil with good today and won't hold it against you. But if you want me to shield you from a personal grudge, you must be dreaming." Yuan Ji was about to explode from anger, but under Zhu Jun's powerful attacks, he did not even have the time to curse. He barely held on. Originally, the two of them were equal in strength, and it would be difficult to determine the winner in a short time if they really fought. However, if they fought with all their strength, the two of them would inevitably be injured, and there would be no hope of snatching the heavenly fate pill. Therefore, Yuan Ji did not want to fight at all and kept dodging. However, Zhu Jun did not give up, and each move was stronger than the last. Yuan Ji wanted to attract trouble, so he constantly dodged in all directions. However, the people around him were all experienced. They all sneered and dodged far away. "Damn it!" Yuan Ji roared and charged towards the golden furnace in the center. Everyone's pupils shrank and they became alert. They all knew what he was thinking. He wanted to direct the disaster to the heavenly fortune pill. "Impudent! This pill is a divine item. How can I be tricked by you?" Mo Yun laughed. With a flash of sanguine light, she appeared above the golden furnace. She condensed a palm and slapped it towards Yuan Ji. She used 100% of her strength, wanting to kill him. Zhu Jun's eyes revealed a look of joy. Seeing that someone was attacking in front of him, he immediately put his hands together and slapped them out. A ball of fire suddenly burned and turned into dozens of red lights. They shot out like a storm and enveloped the Yuan Foundation within. Being attacked from the front and back made Yuan Ji dumbfounded. Caught off guard, he had already fallen into a dangerous situation. At this critical moment, Yuan Ji suddenly opened his mouth and roared, shaking the earth and mountains. The sound waves became tangible, like a layer of white light suspended in the surroundings, with dense ripples on it. Yuan Ji's body began to change. Fur grew on his skin, and his face was as ferocious as a beast. A golden mace appeared in his hands, and he raised it with both hands before suddenly swinging it. Demon transformation. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they all revealed shocked expressions. Warriors who possessed the bloodline of the demon race and were in a demonized state had more strength and talent than ordinary human warriors. However, the heavenly Tao was balanced. Every race had their own strengths and weaknesses. Humans with demonic blood had the advantage in power, but they were also affected by demonic qi, and their understanding of the heavenly Tao was much weaker. As a result, the Fae were very powerful as a whole, but there were very few peak-stage martial artists. Yuan Ji was currently covered in fur and had a strange expression. He held the cudgel with both hands and looked majestic. Furthermore, the aura exuding from his body was pure elemental energy, as if it had already washed away all the demonic qi. Boom! The terrifying powers clashed together, and the defensive layer formed from sound waves was the first to shatter. Under the impact of blood and fire, a simple Tai Chi fish appeared in the sky and pressed down on Yuan Ji. Yuan Ji raised his mace again, and a shadow 10 times larger immediately appeared in the sky. It directly supported the dome and struck down ruthlessly. The Tai Chi fish picture formed by blood and fire was shattered, and a ray of light flew out from it, revealing a figure hundreds of feet away. Yuan Ji turned his head and looked at the terrifying shockwaves. He felt a lingering fear and his face turned pale, full of anger and hatred. I don't care how you play, but if you want the heavenly fate pill, don't blame me for being impolite, Mo said coldly as he retracted his palm. His desire for divine elixirs was stronger than anyone else's. Yuan Ji's face was as pale as paper. He pursed his lips and did not say a word, his eyes full of resentment. Suddenly, his body trembled, and an inexplicable sense of danger appeared in his heart. It was as if death was approaching. It had been many years since he had felt such a feeling. He was so scared that his entire body trembled, and all his pores seemed to open up. The elemental energy fluctuations on Yuan Ji's body seemed to change in an instant. Without even turning his head, he brandished his mace behind him. The dangerous aura of death was coming from behind him. Bang! The wolf-tooth club hit a golden saber. The two weapons made a strong clashing sound, and golden waves spread out. Yuan Ji's body did not move at all. Instead, the knife wielder was sent flying. He glided in the air for 1,000 feet and crashed into the palace wall. Only stopping with a bang the saber-wielding man was Ba Jin. At this moment, his face was full of horror as he screamed, "Void Extreme God Realm!" In the moment of life and death, Yuan Ji had indeed exploded with the power of the Void God Realm. Although it was only for a moment, it had injured Ba Jin. His face was even paler now, and he was panting. He stared at Ba Su and said coldly, "Didn't you just say that you'll let bygones be bygones? Why did you sneak attack me?" Ba Jin's expression changed slightly, and he became a little timid. He snorted and said, "That was just now and this is now. There's no such thing as eternity in this world. Everything has a time limit. After what happened just now, I'm going to investigate it in the past." "Your sister. You animal." Yuan Ji was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He glared at Ba Jin hatefully, as if he wanted to skin him alive. Ba Jin held his saber in front of him and said vigilantly, "Although you've entered the void extreme divine realm, you can probably only maintain it for a few breaths. You're also injured now, so it's impossible for you to kill me. You'd better think about how to save your life." He was also afraid that Yuan Ji would go crazy and only chase after him. Tisk, tsk, tsk. What a tragic scene. Zhu Jun also stopped and revealed a sympathetic expression. "Although I hate you, I hate the villain who sneaks up on you even more. If you want to kill him, I will not do it for now. I will give you a chance." "What?" Ba Jin jumped in shock and glared at him. "Lord Zhu Jun, your words are too harsh." Zhu Jun laughed coldly and crossed his arms in front of his chest. "A sneak attack. If I can endure it, I can. Ha ha ha." Yuan Ji suddenly laughed loudly. His gaze swept across the few of them, and his face became extremely distorted. He said fiercely, "Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. Who here doesn't want me to die? That way we'll have one less enemy. As for your words, Zhu Jun, they are even more bullshit. It's nothing more than wanting me to fight Ba Jin until both of us are injured. Then you can deal with me. Do you think I'd fall for such a childish trick? Zhu Jun's face blushed and he snorted in embarrassment. It's up to you. If you wanted to clear de me as soon as posse D1E, Tnats time too. Humph, childish. As a person from mysterious Separation Island, even I feel embarrassed to say such childish words. The corners of Yuan Ji's mouth raised in ridicule as he sneered. Kill me? Whoever here has this ability, come out and let me see. Although I can only stay in the void extreme divine realm for a few breaths, I can still cut off your dog heads with a full power strike. If you don't believe me, you can come out and try. His somewhat crazy appearance, his already furious emotions, and the void extreme divine realm power he had just displayed all made everyone afraid. No one dared to go forward. Pa 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 pa. Ying Xiao suddenly started clapping and said with respect, Brother Yuan Ji is indeed full of heroic spirit, as expected of someone from my generation. This old man is willing to advance and retreat with you. After listening to what he had just said, Ying Xiao thought about it and felt that it was indeed true. Unless someone was willing to sacrifice themselves, it would be extremely difficult to kill Yuan Ji. He immediately made a choice. Bah! Advance and retreat together, your sister. Shameless. Yuan Ji directly spat at him and started cursing. The idea to deal with the mysterious Separation Island was Ying Xiao's, but in the end, he had to fight alone. Just thinking about it made Yuan Ji tear up. The shadow in Yuan Ji's heart was hard to calculate. Ying Xiao's face was a little embarrassed and angry. He flicked his sleeves and snorted. Enough! This old master said that I'm willing to advance and retreat with you because I think highly of you. But since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, then please do as you please. Hee. Now everyone has offended Lord Yuan Ji, who is an expert at the Void God realm. If we leave this place, we will meet again outside. Yun Xiao suddenly laughed in a strange way, and the meaning of his words was obvious. Both Ying Xiao and Ba Jin's expressions changed drastically, and their eyes glowed with ferocity as they locked onto their Yuan foundations with their divine senses. Even Zhu Jun's expression changed slightly as he stared at Yuan Ji, as if afraid that he would escape. Yuan Ji glared at Yun Xiao and said through gritted teeth, Little bastard, you're really evil. You actually want to kill me? Yun Xiao sneered. Not afraid of his gaze, he looked at him and said coldly, Darren has forgotten that the 9 Elixir Palace also wants to kill me. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. Yuan Ji said good 3 times in a row, then pointed at Yun Xiao and beckoned with his finger. Since you have the guts, then come and try. Let's see if my void extreme power can break your undying and imperishable body. Yun Xiao's eyes flickered with a colorful light as he said calmly, You're injured now. Plus you've just charged into the void extreme divine realm for a moment. Even if you can charge again, you'll be an arrow at the end of its flight and will die. Do you dare to use this last chance? Yuan Ji's hair stood on end when he saw his strange eyes. Cold sweat seeped out of his palms. Yun Xiao was right. In his current state, he could break through to the void divine realm at most once, and he could not maintain it for more than 3 breaths, which meant that he could only launch a shocking attack once at most. However, in his current state, he was surrounded by a group of divine sovereign justice realm experts. After one attack, he would definitely be beaten to death by them. Those who are hit by my attack will either die or be injured. They will definitely end up like me. Who dares to come forward and try? Yuan Ji's expression was dark as he asked. Seeing that no one dared to answer, he heaved a sigh of relief and laughed. Who isn't afraid of death? Who doesn't cherish their own lives? Who is willing to sacrifice themselves for others? Ha ha ha, this is the naked human nature. Although this old man only has 1 strike left, I can still leave safely. None of you will dare to stop me. Ha ha ha. Yuan Ji laughed at the sky and was about to leave. Hold on. Suddenly, Yun Xiao shouted and transformed into a bolt of lightning, standing in front of Yuan Ji with a strange smile on his face. Lord Yuan Ji is underestimating our determination. I'm willing to sacrifice myself for others. No need to thank me. Please call me Lei Feng. Everyone was taken aback. They did not expect Yunxiao to stand out, and they could not figure it out. You? Are you crazy? Yuan Ji scolded. He did not believe that Yunxiao would sacrifice himself for others. Yunxiao chuckled but did not answer. Instead, he performed an incantation gesture with one hand, summoning the three-headed and six-armed Transcendence golden body. Then, he performed an incantation gesture with his 6 arms, and a sword array spread out in front of him. At the same time, devil chi gushed out of his body, forming a layer of armor that covered his body. He then raised his hand and pointed. A thunder world opened up and turned into a domain that was hundreds of feet wide, floating in front of him. Lord Yuan Ji, what do you think of my magical powers blocking one of your attacks? Holding the sword with one hand, Yunxiao pointed it straight down. The sword glowed with a cold light, and the ice fiend heart flame was beating, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. Yuan Ji's expression turned ugly as he gritted his teeth and said, "Are you for real?" "Of course," Yunxiao said with a smile. "I don't believe it," Yuan Ji said angrily. "There must be something up your sleeve. I don't believe that you would sacrifice yourself for others." Ha ha ha. Young Master Yunxiao is a man of justice. He's willing to give up his life for justice. He's a man of 2 minds. How can a selfish person like you understand him? Ying Xiao became excited. With a flash of his blade, he appeared behind Yuan Ji, cutting off his path of retreat and waiting for an attack. Ba Jin and Zhu Jun also moved quietly, silently preparing to attack. This time, Yuan Ji's expression turned uglier than a pig's liver as he hoarsely shouted, "Li Yunxiao, I have no enmity with you. Why are you forcing me? You'd rather die than stop me." Yunxiao chuckled and said, "My lord, you're wrong. It's just an attack from the Void Realm. You're seriously injured now. Even if you step into the Void Realm in an instant, how much power can you exert? I might be injured if I block your attack, but the word death is too nonsensical. As for hatred, have you forgotten what happened in the 9 Elixir Palace?" "What?" Yuan Ji was stunned. "Just because of an unintentional provocation?" "Humph. Heartless?" Yunxiao sneered, his face full of sarcasm. Yuan Ji was stunned for a while and remained silent. After a while, he said, "Finally understand. You still can't forget to extort me." "Ha-ha. Don't say such ugly words." Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "I'm a straightforward and rash young man. Once I've decided on something, I'll stick to it to the end. It's up to you, my lord. After blocking Darren's attack, this young master will turn around and leave. Even if they want to deal with me, they will definitely dismember Darren's body first. This young master will have enough time to escape." "What are you talking about, young Master Yunxiao?" Ying Xiao hurriedly replied, "We respect you for sacrificing yourself for justice. We will not do anything that will harm you." Yunxiao snorted coldly and ignored him. Yuan Ji also calmed down. The choice was right in front of him. He was not sure if he could kill Yunxiao's immortal body even if he rushed into the void extreme divine realm and launched a strike, and the result of that desperate strike was death. If he died, everything would be for naught. If he didn't even have his life, what was the point of having divine pills? Yuan Ji was also a smart person. After weighing the two, he immediately made a choice. He took out a jade box and opened it in his hand. Immediately, a bright light rose and spiritual energy soared into the sky. "That's Ying Luo." Everyone's heart jolted. They looked at the jade box with wide eyes and immediately understood. Ying Xiao's expression changed. "Yuan Ji, quickly bring that jade box over. I won't make things difficult for you," he shouted. Yuan Ji sneered and showed the jade box to the left and right, then gently threw it up. The jade box was carried by a force and slowly flew to Yunxiao. "Young Master Yunxiao, can you let me go now with the level 10 divine pill you wanted?" Yuan Ji sneered. He had deliberately revealed the divine pill to Yunxiao so that he would be burned by it. Inside the jade box was a treasure pill that was dark red in color and emitted a light that was like fine wine. It was intoxicating to look at. Overjoyed, Yunxiao put away the jade box and laughed. Haha. Lord Yuanji is indeed a wise person. You know how to judge the situation. I admire such a talented and virtuous person. He put away his 3 heads and 6 arms and immediately retreated to the side to make way. He smiled and said, Lord Yuanji, please. Humph. Yuanji was so angry that his chest was about to explode. He cupped his fists and said fiercely, The mountains will not change, and the green water will flow forever. We'll meet again in the future. I hope that day will come soon. He flicked his sleeve and walked out of the hall with a gloomy face. You're letting him go just like that? Xiao's expression changed drastically. He was extremely unwilling to accept this. Why? Does Lord Xiao want to fight with me? Come on. Yuanji suddenly turned around, and a sharp aura pressed over. The demonic look on his face appeared again, and he was full of ferocity. Xiao was shocked and took half a step back. He was really afraid that Yuanji would get angry and fight him to the death. Humph! A bunch of trash. Yuanji scolded disdainfully. You're not even as good as a youth. Embarrassing. With that, he swaggered off and no one dared to stop him. After getting the divine pill, Yunxiao was excited for a moment before he calmed down. He knew that he had brought trouble upon himself. He was cursing in his heart. Yuanji, that old fox, not only did he deliberately display the power of the divine elixir to make everyone jealous of him, but he also deliberately provoked them before he left to make them hate him. However, there were always losses for every gain. He was quite willing to take this little risk if he could obtain a level 10 divine pill, and his acting wouldn't have been in vain. Humph! Young Master Yunxiao is indeed a scheming man. You're pretending to be righteous, but you're doing it for your own benefit. I'm really disappointed. After Yuanji left, Xiao's face turned unsightly, and he stared at Yunxiao with a fierce look. TSK, Lord Xiao, don't you think too highly of yourself? And you're disappointed? So what if I'm disappointed? Who do you think you are? Yunxiao laughed hideously and directly tore his face apart. There were only a few people left on the field. Even if the Yuan Foundation incident had not happened, Xiao would most likely have wanted to deal with him. Furthermore, with the matter of the Yuan Foundation, even if he continued to play dumb and try to smooth things over, it would be difficult for him to escape the situation of being hostile. It was better to be more direct and directly shed all pretenses of cordiality. With Xiao's shrewdness, he would not dare to force himself too much. Sure enough, Xiao was stunned. He did not expect Yunxiao to say such a thing. After a moment of daze, he shouted angrily, Bastard, you dare to curse at this old man. You've already scolded me, Yunxiao said coldly. What else do you want? Xiao was stunned once again. That's right, he could just scold him. What else did he want? Was he supposed to rush forward and fight him to the death? He glanced around and found that the people around him were all looking at him with gloating expressions. They all looked like they were eager for him to go up and fight. Hee. Gu Qingqing couldn't help but laugh. Master Xiao, if you can tolerate it, then you can't. A young man has already scolded you like this. Can you still be a ninja turtle? Xiao's face turned green with anger, but the more Gu Qingqing said this, the more he warned himself not to fall for her trap. He had to endure it. Endure it, he must endure it. Hee. I've lived for so many years. Why would I bother with a junior? Xiaoqiang opened his face and laughed a few times, pretending not to be angry. However, his hair was fluttering, which directly betrayed his heart. Yunxiao rolled his eyes at him and said, That's it. What's the point of saying it? Although many people have been eliminated, there are still quite a few left. Lord Xiao, think of a way to reduce a few more people. Can I lose you? Xiao asked, annoyed. If your excellency wants to reduce my price, I'll rush over and break the heavenly fortune pill right now. No one will get it. Yunxiao gave Xiao a look that said, I'm a hooligan and I'm not afraid of anyone, which made Xiao completely helpless. Gu Qingqing covered her mouth and laughed. In my opinion, the current enemy is still the people from Mysterious Separation Island, she said. As soon as she said this, the entire hall fell silent. Zhu Jun and Meng Zhuo's expressions changed as they glared at Gu Qingqing. Cough, cough. That may be the case, but it's difficult if we're not united. Ying Xiao shook his head, as if it was not easy to lead a team. Outside the hall, Mu Xing's expression changed slightly. He was shocked. He knew that Gu Qingqing was a void extreme immortal state warrior and was probably the most powerful one here. If Zhu Jun fought with her, he would most likely be killed. Hee. I've already sought death so many times. Why am I still alive? Do you want to kill me? Come on, big monster, come on. Gu Qingqing stuck out her tongue and kept making faces at Zhu Jun. I have an idea, Yun Xiao said. How about we assign tasks? Ying Xiao and Lord Ba Jin will deal with Zhu Jun, and the three of us will deal with the other two. This way, no one can stay out of it. Zhu Jun's expression changed greatly. He was both shocked and angry, as if he had sensed that the situation was not good. That's not a bad idea. Ying Xiao glanced at Ba Jin. Both of them felt that it was feasible. Then, his gaze fell on Zhu Jun, Yun Xiao, Gu Qingqing, and the judge also turned their eyes to Mu Xing and Meng Zhuo, who were standing outside the hall. The atmosphere became tense. Your Excellency Mu Xing, Yun Xiao sighed. You're not going to make a move, are you? I don't have the ability to snatch the pill, so I won't think about it. Mu Xing shook his head. He said at the same time, Lords Zhu Jun and Meng Zhuo, I don't know what orders the Island Lord has given, but if you don't disobey, I hope that the two of you will withdraw from the contest for the divine pill. After all, such a divine item naturally has an owner. If the two of you participate, I'm afraid the gains will not make up for the losses. Zhu Jun and Meng Zhuo frowned. They looked at each other and hesitated. The Island Lord's order is for us to bring this pill back, Zhu Jun said slowly. I'm afraid Lord Mu Xing's hopes will be dashed. Mu Xing nodded and said, Then I hope the two of you have good luck. With that, he turned and left, leaving only his voice echoing in the hall. Li Yunxiao will meet again. In a flash of golden light, Mu Xing disappeared from the main hall. Yunxiao cupped his fists and bowed from the distance. He was very grateful to Mu Xing. The moment Mu Xing left, the atmosphere in the hall became strange again. Ying Xiao was the first to voice his opinion. The two of us against one? The three of you against one? Isn't this a bit unfair? Yun Xiao frowned. Mu Xing left because of my words. To put it bluntly, I was the one who persuaded him to leave. How is it unfair? That may be true, Ying Xiao chuckled, but it's still too easy for you to fight three against one. We're not convinced. What? Yun Xiao said angrily. Can you be any more shameless? Then how do you think we should distribute it? Young Master Yun Xiao's physical body has been perfected, Ying Xiao said. He's undying and should be able to take on two people at once. Can that friend from the demon race team up with us? Haha, if you're too greedy, you'll accidentally become poor. This greed will make your journey of obtaining a core come to an early end. With a sneer on his face, Yun Xiao pointed at Ying Xiao and said, Everyone, this person is really despicable. In my opinion, why don't we let him take his leave first? Li Yun Xiao. Ying Xiao's face fell. You're crazy. Crazy? I'm very clear-headed. The two Darren of Mysterious Separation Island. Are you interested in joining hands? Yun Xiao said unhurriedly. At this moment, he was almost sure to win, and the biggest variable was Gu Qingqing. If Gu Qingqing could help him, then everything would be fine. Now, with every person he eliminated, his chances of winning would increase a bit. Zhu Jun looked at Yun Xiao with a complicated expression and said, Ying Xiao is indeed detestable, and I would also like to kill him. However, young Master Yun Xiao is also a huge threat. Can you consider giving us the heavenly fortune pill? Meng Zhuo and I can give you other compensation. After learning that Yun Xiao was the Divine Realm Tablet Master, Zhu Jun and Meng Zhuo did not want to have any conflicts with him. Oh? I'm very curious. What kind of compensation can match the heavenly fortune pill? Yun Xiao found it a little strange, as he felt that Zhu Jun seemed to be too polite. We naturally know the value of the heavenly fortune pill, but we can't think of any way to compensate for it for the time being. We'll definitely be rewarded in the future, Zhu Jun said. Yun Xiao waved his hand and said, "Don't try to fool me with an IOU. You want to exchange it for the heavenly fortune pill with an inexplicable and vague compensation? You're dreaming." Zhu Jun also felt that his words were a little childish. He laughed bitterly. "Then there's no other way. After all, this pill is extremely precious and there are very few things that can match its value. Let's get back to the main topic. I also agree to let Ing Xiao take his leave first." Ing Xiao's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly retreated to Ba Jin's side and said, "Lord Ba Jin, you and I are now in the same boat. If I'm expelled, I'm afraid you'll be next." Ba Jin also looked a little nervous. Zhu Jun was with Meng Zhua. Yun Xiao and Gu Qingxing seemed to be inextricably linked, and only the demon was left with them. If Ing Xiao were to be expelled, he would have no choice but to ally with the demon clan. However, the demon clan seemed to be extremely cold and arrogant, and might not pay any attention to him. Ba Jin immediately realized the importance of Ing Xiao's existence and snorted, "Lord Ing Xiao, don't worry. I will advance and retreat with you." "Ha ha! Good. Well said. Ha ha!" Yun Xiao clapped his hands and laughed. "This time, I can take care of two at once." Zhu Jun nodded and smiled. "That's right. It saves us the trouble." Meng Zhua also walked into the hall and stood beside Zhu Jun. He coldly looked at Ing Xiao and Ba Jin with his single eye, causing the two of them to shiver. "We'll suffer some losses. Two of us will deal with Ing Xiao, and the three of you can deal with the other one," Zhu Jun said. "I'm more than happy to suffer this loss," Meng Zhua chuckled. Ing Xiao and Ba Su immediately panicked. Ba Jin was also feeling dizzy. He thought that Ing Xiao would have some concerns if he stood on his side, but he didn't expect his presence to be so low. He immediately said, "Everyone's target is Ing Xiao. It has nothing to do with me. I'm also willing to join you in the crusade against Ing Xiao." After he finished speaking, he dodged to the side, as if he was trying to draw a clear line between him and Ing Xiao. "Ba Jin, you can't be so despicable," Ing Xiao said angrily. Ba Su sneered, "Who can be more despicable than you? You're now the public enemy, so don't try to trick me into working for you. If you're smart, then get out of here." "Do you think that you can stay if I leave?" Ing Xiao said coldly. Ba Jin's expression was ugly as well. He knew that the possibility of this happening was extremely low. However, if he were to stand on Ing Xiao's side, they would definitely lose. Ing Xiao waved at Mo, who was standing in the distance, and said loudly, "My friend from the monster race, are you willing to be on our side? Otherwise, if Yun Xiao and Mysterious Separation Island succeed, your excellency will be in danger." The judge had a complicated look on his face. He knew that Yun Xiao still had the Divine Realm Tablet, as well as experts like Chu Hongyan and Fei and I, and the heaven-defying divine ability, the 12 divine beings killing formation. The people of Mysterious Separation Island did not understand, but he really did. Once Ing Xiao and Ba Jin left, the heavenly fortune pill would most likely fall into Yun Xiao's hands. Yun Xiao looked over with his cold eyes and said, "Do you really want to be my enemy?" He trembled and shook his head. "I'm not making an enemy of you. I'm not breaking my promise. Everyone has a chance before the treasure. Why should I give it to you?" He stepped into the battle and said, "The two from Mysterious Separation Island. Don't be fooled by Li Yun Xiao. He has a saint artifact in his hand, and there are many experts among them. If Ing and Xiao are forced to leave, no one will be able to suppress Li Yun Xiao." Everyone's faces changed drastically, and Zhu Jun and Meng Zhua were even more taken aback. They knew that Yun Xiao had the Divine Realm Tablet, but they had not considered the fact that there were other experts in it. Yun Xiao immediately became the target of public criticism. Zhu Jun, Meng Zhua, Ing Xiao, and Ba Jin all stared at him. Hee. This kid is really heaven-defying. He actually has a saint artifact. This thing was extremely rare even 100,000 years ago. Let's see how you're going to make me bow down in advance." Ing Xiao sneered. In addition to Yuan Ji's divine elixir, Ba Jin added, "He has 2 divine elixirs on him. He also has the saint artifact. He. If we take this person down, we'll have enough treasures to split among us." Even if I can't get the heavenly fortune pill, I can make up for some of my regrets. Xiao's eyes lit up and he laughed evilly. What are you saying? The value of a saint artifact is no less than that of the heavenly fortune creation pill. Ah, what do we do now? They're going to hit us. With a scared look, Gu Qingqing turned around and hid behind Xiao, then stuck her head out. Xiao, on the other hand, stared coldly at the referee and said, "All right, Lord Mo, you must remember today's situation. I'll settle this score with you another day. We'll just use our own methods to get the pills," Mo said with a frown. Xiao's killing intent was ignited. He shouted, "Why are you still talking nonsense with him? That woman is not a good person either. She might also have a divine pill on her. If we kill the two of them, we'll make a big profit. As long as the two of you leave now and stop participating in the pill fight, Mengzhua and I won't make a move." Zhu Jun sighed. "Sir, what are you saying? They have the Kasaya." Xiao was shocked and quickly said. He choked halfway through his words. Zhu Jun's cold and disdainful gaze was cast over, as if he didn't want to bother with him. Xiao guessed that Mu Xing must have told them something, so he shook his head and said, "I'm sorry. I have a temper. I won't shed tears until I see the coffin. Please let me see the coffin." Knowing that there was no room for negotiation, Xiao did not waste any more time. A six-colored light flew out of his right hand. Then he grabbed the Tusita Peak and threw it. Bang! The air exploded, and the mountain was not thrown at the enemy, but to the side. And below the shadow of the mountain was the golden furnace. "Duh! Bastard! You actually want to destroy the divine pill!" Xiao shrieked. The rest of the people trembled and widened their eyes. The judge and Gu Qingqing's hearts skipped a beat as they understood Xiao's strategy. If the Tusita Heavenly Peak was used to smash the golden furnace, they would definitely save it. However, the golden furnace was a hot potato, and no one dared to hit it. Thus, they could only attack the Tusita Heavenly Peak. Cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of the judge and Gu Qingqing at the same time, as they were secretly frightened by Xiao's shrewd plan. The Tusita Sky Mountain was an existence that could directly resist the heaven-turning seal. Even if they had reached the Void Realm, they would not dare to take it head-on. Two beams of light shot down from the sky. It was Xiao and Biejin. They teleported above the Golden Cauldron and attacked the Tusita Peak at the same time. The two of them were full of confidence. If they joined forces, they would definitely shatter the mountain peak. However, things in the world often do not go as one wishes. Bang! Bang! With two loud explosions, the spirit pressure was suppressed at the bottom of the mountain and couldn't be dispersed. Instead, it turned into an impact and was reflected back. The Tusita Peak also paused for a few breaths under the attack, but it soon doubled in size and continued to fall down on its original trajectory. What? Xiao, Ba Jin, Zhu Jun, and Mengzhua's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The mountain peak was rolling down, crushing the two of them and the golden cauldron. Gulp! Xiao and Biejin's minds went blank. If they ran away now, the golden furnace would be finished. If they didn't, they would be finished. They didn't expect to run away with the golden furnace. After all, once that thing was touched, it would become a target for all, and Guiyang was a living example. Hurry up and attack! Zhu Jun suddenly roared and also teleported down. He slammed his palms towards the mountain peak and shouted, "Attack with all your might. Otherwise, the golden cauldron will be finished." Mengzhua also flew down and followed with a palm strike. Xiao and Biejin immediately reacted, and their confidence was greatly boosted. They no longer dared to hold back and attacked with all their might. The four attacks missed like rainbows. With a cold smile on his face and a flash of killing intent in his eyes, Xiao teleported down and appeared behind Xiao, then thrust his sword at him. Xiao immediately felt an abnormal sense of danger. This was an instinctive reaction of a martial artist. In his shock, he hurriedly turned around and unsheathed his blade. Clang! As soon as the sound of the knife rang out, the knife glowed. The rapid sound pierced people's eardrums, and then it stopped. The sword of death pierced into his chest, and white sparks appeared at the wound, burning Xiao's body. Ah! Ah! Xiao cried out in pain. His voice was extremely shrill, and it pierced through the 4 energy explosions at the bottom of the Tusada heavenly peak, becoming the loudest sound that reverberated in the hall. After the attack, Xiao teleported back and reappeared hundreds of feet away, looking at them with a sneer. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 attacks exploded at the base of the Tushita heavenly peak and finally sent the mountain flying. However, the 4 of them were also shaken by the huge force. The other 3 all groaned as blood rushed up their throats. Xiao, on the other hand, felt as if he had been hit on the head. He spat out a large mouthful of blood with a pfft sound, and even his internal organs were crushed. How did this happen? Xiao looked at the wound on his chest in horror. The flames kept burning his chest, and he had to use all his strength to suppress the flames. However, there was a fist-sized hole in his chest, and he could see his back from the front. His strength and vitality rapidly dissipated from his body. His body began to turn stiff and cold, and even his consciousness gradually blurred. Ba Jin and the other 2 were shocked. They broke out in a cold sweat as they looked at Xiao's miserable state. The 3 men's faces turned pale as they wondered if they could have dodged Xiao's sneak attack just now. Obviously, it was very difficult, and they could not help but shiver as if they had just come back from the gates of hell. No! Don't die! Don't die! I don't want to die! On the other hand, Xiao was drenched in cold sweat. Although the hole in his chest had extinguished the ice fiend heart flame, it was impossible for him to recover. A large amount of blood and life force was rapidly lost. It was also because the Tusada heavenly peak had struck him twice, catching him off guard and injuring his primordial chi. He took out a jade box from his storage bag with trembling hands and said in a trembling voice, "No, I won't die. I still have the divine pill. I still have the divine pill." The jade box was the one that contained the divine pills, and it was exactly the same as the 3 in Xiao's hand. Ah! Xiao suddenly screamed in pain. Ba Jin flashed in front of him and took the jade box in his hand. His eyes were filled with joy, and he put it away with a flip of his hand. Ba Jin's expression turned into one of pity as he sighed. "Lord Xiao, you won't be able to live anyway. So why waste a divine pill? With this pill, this old man will have hope of breaking through again, and I will definitely avenge you in the future." "Ah! No! Don't! Give it back to me!" Xiao's face was full of pleading. He trembled as he walked in the air. However, his steps became steeper and steeper. Finally, he staggered and fell from the air. After struggling a few times on the ground, he died completely. A divine sovereign justice realm expert had died in such a pathetic manner. The hall was filled with a sense of sympathy. Everyone's face was gloomy and they couldn't describe their feelings. Xiao, who everyone hated, is dead. Everyone should be happy. Xiao sneered. The Tusada peak returned to his palm, and the light spread out in circles. It's just one death. It seems that I'll have to smash it 3 or 4 more times. No! Mo was shocked and shouted. He was afraid that Xiao would throw out the Tushita peak again, and this time no one would dare to block it, which would put the heavenly fortune pill in danger. So he suddenly thrust out a spear. Dang! Xiao punched the spear, and the spear trembled, forcing him back more than 10 steps. Zhu Jun and the other 2 also rushed up and surrounded Xiao and Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing leaned against Xiao's back and said in a deep voice, 2 against 4? Do you have a chance of winning? It's not 2 against 4, Xiao sneered. The 7 against 4. The divine realm tablet flew out slowly. Chu Hongyan, Luo Yunshang, and Feini appeared in an instant, as well as Baiming Nan and the heaven patrolling bull. And this one, it should be 8 against 4. The last gust of wind whirled up and turned into a crocodile that lay on his shoulder. As soon as this formation appeared, Zhu Jun and the other 3 were dumbfounded. They were stunned for a while before they realized that the situation was not good. Ba Jin's heart trembled with fear. When he thought of the time in the 9 Elixir Palace, he had wanted to kill this person first. It was as if he had saved his life. With a quick thought, he made a prompt decision and turned around to run out of the hall. He had already obtained 2 level 10 divine pills from this trip to the Emperor Pill Tower. Even if he didn't get the heavenly fortune pill, he had no regrets. However, dozens of sword radiances broke through the air and blocked his path. They lined up in front of him one by one. The cold light was piercingly cold and formed a sword array. You can leave, but leave the 2 divine pills behind. Xianxia's sneer rang out. 2. Ba Jin said angrily. You're too greedy. If I give it all to you, wouldn't this old man's trip be in vain? If you don't leave the pills, leave your life, Xianxia said with a smile. Choose for yourself. Ba Jin's face was gloomy. Although the few people around Xianxia only had the cultivation base of the true immortal realm, they were outnumbered, and it would only take them a few minutes to suppress them. But if he didn't fight with them and wanted to leave, they might not be able to stop him. If you want to take my life, you'll have to see if you have the strength. Run! Ba Jin shouted. He turned around and struck the sword array with his palms, trying to break it and escape. Bang! 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 More than 10 swords could not withstand the power of the palm and were directly sent flying. The rest of the swords also trembled and buzzed. Ha! You want to leave? In your dreams? Go! Xianxia laughed hideously and shouted. Let's go. The crocodile on his shoulder suddenly turned into a strong wind and flew away like a dark cloud. Countless small cracks appeared in the sky above the hall, and it swam around like a tadpole. Ba Jin hurriedly turned around and threw out several rays of light. Bang! 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 The light shot through the whirlwind, but it was useless. The terrifying storm came crashing down. Ba Jin's instinct as a powerful expert was revealed in his panic. He immediately regained his composure and remained calm in the face of danger. A white ribbon appeared in his hand at some point, and it expanded in the wind. Hu Chi! The ribbon flew up, and a layer of white light flashed on it, like a barrier. Boom! The astral wind crashed into the ribbon and immediately sank in. The ribbon suddenly bound the astral wind and pulled it out of the crocodile's true form, tying it firmly. What? Xianxia was taken aback. He did not expect Ba Jin to have some tricks up his sleeve. He was about to make a move when he saw the crocodile open its mouth in anger and spit out a flame. It was the true phoenix fire that he had previously absorbed. However, after it continuously devoured the astral winds to become stronger, the 2 attributes lost their balance and had been suppressed in his body. Hoo! The divine fire spurted out and landed on the ribbon. With the help of the astral wind, the fire immediately grew and almost burned the entire hall. Under the heat, the ribbon immediately emitted a bright light. The crocodile rushed out and pounced forward in its half-demon body. Ba Jin was shocked to see it spit fire. He abandoned his ribbon and turned into a light to escape. However, how could his speed be faster than the wind escape technique of the 5-element spirit body? He had only rushed out of the hall for a few hundred feet when the crocodile caught up and pounced on him. Bang! A large pit was smashed into the ground, and the cracks continued to spread in all directions. A strong whirlwind was spinning in the pit and rising into the sky. It was impossible to see what was going on inside. An earth-shattering sound rang out in the hall. Zhu Jun and Meng Zhuo's faces turned ugly, while the referee's face was gloomy and depressed. A single astral wind spirit had trapped Ba Jin. The remaining 7 people felt helpless against the 3 of them. Do the 3 of you still want to fight for it? Xianxia sneered and looked at him coldly. Zhu Jun's heart went cold. He turned to look at Meng Zhuo, asking for his opinion. Meng Zhuo's single eye flashed with a sharp light. My friend from the monster race, what do you think? The referee shook his head helplessly. Forgive me for being blunt, but this girl called Gu Qingqing is no ordinary divine sovereign realm expert. She's also entered the void divine realm. I can't take her on by myself. This battle won't be meaningful unless you 2 can take down the other 6. Zhu Jun and Meng Zhuo were even more shocked. They looked at Gu Qingqing in shock, and then both of them became dejected. Zhu Jun raised his head and his eyes flashed. Since you're the master of the Divine Realm Tablet and have met Lord Mu Xing, I'm sure you know about the matters of mysterious Separation Island. We have been ordered by the Island Master to bring the Heavenly Fortune pill back. Do you want to fight against the mysterious separation island? Oh my, you're threatening me. Yunxiao chuckled as he extended his hand and said, Goodbye, you two. Zhu Jun saw that he did not give him any face at all and was extremely depressed. He could only cup his fists and say, Then we'll meet again. The two of them turned around and left, but they stopped in front of the door. Yunxiao's pupils constricted, as if he had sensed something. Be careful. Something seems to be wrong. Gu Qingqing laughed. Do you think these two brats can turn the world upside down? Zhu Jun suddenly turned around and revealed a strange smile. We've suddenly changed our mind? Oh? I wonder where the two Darren obtained this courage from. Are you two out of your minds? Yunxiao asked calmly. Are you two out of your minds? My friend from the monster race, Zhu Jun said. Are you confident that you can keep Gu Qingqing busy and leave the rest to us? Mo frowned. Oh, I'm curious too. Are the two of you really out of your minds? I don't do things I'm not confident in. Zhu Jun laughed. As long as you can keep Gu Qingqing busy, I'll be confident. However, I'm also determined to get the heavenly fortune pill. I can give you 2 divine pills as your reward. The 2 divine pills you mentioned, Yunxiao said seriously. Are you referring to the 2 on Ba Jin? Young Master Yunxiao is indeed intelligent. Otherwise, where would we have gotten the divine pills? Zhu Jun spread out his hands and smiled. Yunxiao's face was solemn as he said, Just use whatever tricks you have. Why are you acting so mysterious here? If I'm not wrong, reinforcements must have arrived. So what if I am? I can only say that you're not fated to have this pill, Zhu Jun said. His words were equivalent to admitting that there were reinforcements. The faces of Yunxiao and the others changed drastically. Although he didn't know who the reinforcements were, they must be experts from mysterious Separation Island. More than half of the experts in the Eternal Realm were gathered on this island, and their strength was so strong that even the entire Heavenly Martial Realm combined might not be able to defeat them. Yunxiao suddenly teleported down and grabbed the golden cauldron with his 5 fingers. As long as he got the golden cauldron, no matter how strong the reinforcements from mysterious Separation Island were, they could at least escape if they could not defeat the golden cauldron. Seeing him grab the golden furnace, Mo suddenly attacked. A bloody red spear light shot down. Bang! Yunxiao was forced to wave his hand and shatter the spear light, then grab the golden cauldron again. However, the judge had already come down with the momentum. The spear swept over and completely blocked his way, while a bloody light shot toward Yunxiao. You're really looking for death. Yunxiao was furious. He suddenly grabbed the spear with both hands and transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms. The 4 arms behind him formed an incantation gesture and smashed down on the spear. The 2 seals turned into a golden dragon that roared and flew up. The referee didn't want to throw his gun, so he could only shout and strike. Boom! A terrifying force exploded, and the blood light swallowed the golden dragon in an instant, splashing blood all over Yunxiao's body. He seized the opportunity and grabbed the golden furnace in the air. The golden furnace was immediately caught by his palm and was about to fly straight into his hand. Die! Die! Yunxiao roared as he grabbed the spear and thrust it up into the sky. Behind him, he held a sword in one hand and slashed out a sword beam, while the hammer in the other hand smashed against the spear with tens of thousands of thunderbolts. Bang! Countless electric beams sizzled up, drilling into Huey's body like worms, creating more and more holes. After the sword energy cut out, it cut off Yi's grasp and then turned back to cut the back of his hand. The judge had no choice but to give up on the pill. He retracted his hand and slapped it on the spear to extinguish the power of thunder and lightning. At the same time, he held the spear with both hands and began to fight with Yunxiao. The two of them attacked for a moment, and Gu Qingqing also shouted, "Attack!" Everyone dispersed, and Gu Qingqing flew down to grab the golden furnace. Zhu Jun and Meng Zhuo wanted to stop her, but they were stopped by Chu Hongyan and the others. They could only watch as the golden cauldron fell into Gu Qingqing's hands. Hee. Such a wondrous pill. I didn't expect it to belong to this lady. Gu Qingqing put away the golden furnace and turned into a light, flying out of the hall. What? Yunxiao was also taken aback and extremely depressed. Quickly stop her. But Gu Qingqing was too fast, and Chu Hongyan and the others didn't expect her to run away alone. They were caught off guard and couldn't catch up with her. Li Yunxiao, and my lords, thank you. In the blink of an eye, Gu Qingqing appeared outside the main hall, and she flew into the sky. Everyone in the hall was dumbfounded. After being busy for so long, dead and injured, in the end, she was the one who took advantage of it. All of a sudden, a red cloud flew across the SKV and arrived above the hall in an instant. The cloud shot out a ray of light that shone down and covered a radius of several miles. When the light was hit by the multicolored light, Gu Qingqing's real body was revealed, and her face was filled with shock. Leave the heavenly fortune pill behind. A loud shout came from the red cloud, and then 3 figures landed. They struck out their palms at the same time and slapped Gu Qingqing. Shameless! Gu Qingqing shouted angrily, and her body bloomed with light. She put her hands together in front of her body and suddenly raised them up. Her whole body was like a shooting star, and she rushed up against the power of the huge palm. Boom, boom, boom! Gu Qingqing's expression was solemn, and a sneer appeared on her face. She folded her hands in front of her, and a red cloud rose. It was the wandering red dust spell. Boom! The space sealed by the 3 palm energies was suddenly shaken, and the air was compressed to the point that it buzzed loudly. The red clouds were like flowers in full bloom, scattering in all directions, as if the clouds had been cleared and the sun had appeared. Bang! The seal was broken in an instant. Gu Qingqing's face was cold. She lightly stepped on the ground and flew across the sky like a rainbow. Oh, it's the Void Extreme God Realm. You must be Gu Qingqing, right? The red clouds hovering in the sky did not disperse after the impact just now. Instead, the clouds flashed and caught up with the long rainbow, directly colliding with it. Gu Qingqing was shocked. The red cloud was like a ball of fire, dyeing the whole air red, like a meteorite falling from the 9 heavens, and the pressure made her clothes flutter. Within the red clouds, a tall man's figure was seated on the throne. His face could not be seen. His burly body seemed to be bound by iron chains, and his limbs were chained to the throne. Gu Qingqing suddenly thought of a person and said in shock, 4 kings! Just as she was about to engage in battle, she immediately turned around and fled with all her might. The red cloud carried the power of heaven and earth and descended majestically. A voice came from the throne. Since you recognize this king, how can you escape? The sound of iron chains came from the red cloud. 8 silver iron chains shot out and blocked the space in front of them. 8 silver chains pierced through the sky and locked onto Gu Qingqing. Countless silver patterns trembled and lit up the place. Yunxiao and the others had long left the hall, and they were all shocked to see the fierce battle in the sky. Yunxiao's mystic spirit eyes pierced through the red cloud and saw the man inside clearly. The man's face was calm. His hands were still on both sides, and he didn't move. The silver chains were indeed tightly binding him to the throne, but they could be used as weapons. The throne was engraved with all kinds of runes that emitted a faint silver light. It was as if some kind of sealing technique had sealed the man on it. Who is this person? It's so powerful. Yunxiao and the others were all shocked, and even Baiming Nan looked stunned. He did not recognize the man. Yunxiao's figure flickered as he teleported behind Ba Jin and thrust his sword. Dang! Ba Jin suddenly turned around and blocked the attack with his saber. He shouted angrily, "Despicable scoundrel, you only know how to sneak attack." Yunxiao had been sneak attacked by Yunxiao before, and this time, after Yunxiao and the others left the hall, Ba Jin had been more cautious, and as expected, he saw the same thing happen again. "I'm not fighting you alone," Yunxiao sneered. "I'm here to take your life. Why not?" Shwa shwa shwa. The sword death turned into several rays of sword light and attacked. The crocodile transformed into a half-demon behind Ba Jin, cupped its hands over its head, and smashed down. With a pincer attack, Ba Jin panicked and hit the saber with his palm. With a sharp clang, the dazzling saber light flashed and split into 2, forming 2 sabers. He held a saber in each hand and slashed forward and backward, creating a dense saber light that covered his body. Bang! He used his front knife to suppress sword death and cut red, and with a chi sound, he slashed the crocodile into two. He was fighting against two people by himself. Hu chi! However, the moment the crocodile was cut, it turned into countless wind blades and cut off its hair. Ba Jin was horrified. He suddenly pushed Xianxia away with his saber, then hurriedly turned around and slashed out with both sabers, creating a layer of saber light that shattered the countless wind blades. Bang, 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 bang. There were saber shadows all around, and there were 7 or 8 afterimages of the two sabers. Previously, Ba Jin had been unable to free himself from the crocodile, which had consumed a lot of origin power. Now that he was being attacked from both sides, his heart was filled with anxiety. If this dragged on, he would definitely die. In an instant, Xianxia attacked again with his sword, which transformed into tens of millions of sword shadows, cooperating with the wind blades transformed from the crocodile. At the same time, the sword shadows flickered with a green light and carried with them thunderbolts. Bang! Bang! Ba Jin's body was immediately pierced by the sword ray, and blood kept bursting out. However, the saber ray protected all the vital parts of his body, so he still struggled to hold on. Li Yunxiao, stop! Biesu shouted. I admit defeat. I was wrong. I'll give you the 2 divine elixirs. Stop! Bloody holes kept bursting out of his body, and he could not hold on much longer. In a battle between such powerhouses, even if one had the cultivation of a divine sovereign justice realm, life and death would be decided in an instant. As long as one's defense was broken, the other party would be unstoppable and take one's life in an instant. Begging for mercy when you're about to die? Is there such a logic in this world? Xianxia did not give up, and he was determined to kill the other party with every sharp move. Now that he had offended an expert of this level, if he could not kill him, he would surely leave behind endless disasters. I've already admitted defeat, and I'm willing to offer you the divine pill. So why force me? Biesu was furious. He gritted his teeth and said, I am also an expert of my generation. I will not allow you to abuse my life. Xianxia sneered. Everyone under the heavenly Tao is an ant. How much stronger can our lives be than that of snakes and rats? Life and death are up to fate, and we will die sooner or later. Can't you see this, my lord? Even ants covet life. Even if I see through it, I don't want to die so easily. Otherwise, why would I enter this eternal world? What's the point of tens of thousands of years of silence? Ba Jin was filled with unwillingness. Under Yunxiao's sword gleams and wind blades, countless pieces of flesh had been cut off from his body, and his face had long been blurred by blood. Meaning? What was the point of being an ant under the heavenly Tao? It's just a one-sided wish. Xianxia retorted sarcastically, but the sword in his hand became fiercer and fiercer as he kept slashing at his opponent's saber, consuming his opponent's primordial energy by brute force and making him collapse step by step. Ba Jin's saber radiance finally couldn't hold on any longer and revealed a flaw. A wind blade cut through it and went straight for a vital part of his body. Eft! A mass of blood burst out from that vital point, and immediately, their momentum plummeted, and the army was defeated like a mountain. Swish! At the same time, Xianxia thrust his sword into the man's chest and went through it. Ba Jin lowered his head and looked at the white sword on his chest. The flame was burning his wound, and he was in great pain. He suddenly laughed miserably. Ha ha ha! Afraid that he would struggle, Xianxia pulled out his sword and flew back. What are you laughing at? Ba Jin's smile was so ugly that he almost cried. I'm laughing at the cycle of the heavenly Tao karma. Xiao died under this move, and I snatched his divine pill. Now, I'm going to die under this move as well, but no one will get their hands on the divine pill. His expression turned ferocious as a storage ring flew out from his body. He then slapped out with his palm, wanting to shatter the ring and the space within it. Bang! However, the space twisted slightly, and a transparent cyclone suddenly appeared in front of the ring. It resisted the palm and suddenly exploded. But the storage ring flew out and was caught by Xianxia. "Thank you for your hard work," Xianxia said with a chuckle. The cyclone that had been shattered condensed into a big crocodile next to Xianxia's feet. Ba Jin's face turned ashen, and his eyes dimmed and filled with despair. Xianxia broke the seal of the storage ring in a few moves. After checking it, he found 2 divine pills inside, and put them away with great joy. He had already obtained more than half of the 9 god pills in the 9 elixir palace. "Now that the divine pill is yours, why can't you let me go? I can swear to the heavens that I will never seek revenge in this life." A glimmer of hope rose in Ba Jin's heart, and he began to beg for mercy. Xianxia could not help but feel compassion when he saw him begging. Since the divine pill was already in his hands, there was no need to kill anymore. Moreover, what the other party said made sense. After being sealed for tens of thousands of years, it was indeed too tragic to be killed like a coward. He muttered to himself for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "Leave behind your oath and leave." Ba Jin was stunned for a moment, then immediately became ecstatic and grateful. He pointed to the sky and made an oath before cupping his fists and saying, "Thank you for your kindness, young Master Xianxia. We'll meet again." He was just begging for his life, but he didn't expect that he would really get a chance to live. He was filled with endless sorrow and joy. He turned around and left the Emperor Pill Palace. Chu Hongyan's eyes flashed with surprise. She blinked her big eyes and said, "This doesn't seem like your decisive personality, Fei Yang." With a wry smile, Xianxia looked up at the silver chains that filled the sky and the fight between him and Gu Qingqing. "This person's sudden appearance made me feel that the heavenly Tao is insignificant and everything is like an ant. Since the goal has been achieved, there is no need to be so ruthless." Chu Hongyan seemed to have understood something and followed his gaze. The powerful aura exuded from the red cloud was indeed soul-stirring and extremely oppressive. Xianxia turned to Zhu Jun and Meng Zhua and said, "Who is this person? Could he be the island master of the mysterious parting island, the former king of the eastern region, Yi Qingyu?" But on second thought, he felt that something was wrong. If he was the king of the eastern region, Bai Mingnan would definitely recognize him. Zhu Jun looked back at him and smiled. On Mysterious Separation Island, other than the Lord Island Master, there are 4 other kings who rule the world. The Lord on the throne is the King of Stone, Mist Rock Lord. "Mist Rock Lord," Chu Hongyan exclaimed. She immediately knew this person's background, and her face was full of shock. "Is he very famous?" Xianxia frowned. "Is he?" In terms of historical records, the Divine Cloud Palace had a vast number of ancient books, and many major events and experts in the past 100,000 years would be mentioned. But Xianxiao's knowledge was far inferior to Chu Hongyan's. Chu Hongyan's expression was grave. There was a dynasty that dominated the continent in the past. It ruled the 4 regions. Its sphere of influence even extended into the sea. It was well-deserved to be the overlord of the world. Xianxia suddenly remembered something and said in surprise, "You mean the Lord of the Purple Mist Dynasty?" Chu Hongyan nodded with a complicated expression. "That's right. The first master of the Purple Mist Dynasty was the Mist Rock Lord. I didn't expect him to enter the Eternal Life Realm and join Xianli Island." Zhu Jun was full of praise. "Your Excellency is indeed knowledgeable. But perhaps you don't know this. The Misty Rock Lord's ancestors were also peerless powerhouses from 100,000 years ago. Their contributions in the Demon Sealing War cannot be denied." "You just said that there are 4 kings under Yi Qingyu," Xianxia said with a serious expression. "Who are the other 3? There's no need for you to know about this. If you're fated to enter Mysterious Separation Island one day, you'll naturally know about it," Zhu Jun said. At this moment, the silver chains locked the sky and the earth, forming a spider web in the sky. It was like a huge prison covering the sky, and everyone was trapped under this prison. Gu Qingqing was like a bird in a cage, constantly fighting against the power of the silver chains, trying to break through the air and leave. However, the silver chain was like 3,000 threads of worry that could not be cut off. "Let her suffer a little first," Xianxia said. "Both of them are still testing each other. This old woman won't be defeated so easily. Young Master Xianxia, you're still thinking about the heavenly fortune pill at this moment? Zhu Jun was stunned and asked curiously. Xianxia was even more puzzled. The heavenly fortune creation pill was a duck in my mouth. Now that it's gone, why don't I want it? Zhu Jun chuckled. Young Master Xianxiao's idea is indeed strange. You're indeed extraordinary. No wonder you can get the Divine Realm tablet. At that moment, the three martial artists who had joined hands to suppress Gu Qingqing suddenly lowered their heads. They seemed to have heard the words Divine Realm tablet, and their eyes fell on Xianxia at the same time. The three of them flew down together and surrounded Xianxia in a triangle, more than 100 feet away from each other. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. What are the three of you doing? Xianxia was secretly shocked. These three people were obviously divine sovereign realm experts, and their auras were like mountains that suppressed his left and right. Clearly, they were coming for him. The Divine Realm tablet is in your hands? One of the black-faced old men asked sternly. It looks like you're the ones who want to ask me questions, Xianxia said. Why are you so rude? The old man's face darkened and he rebuked. I'm asking a question, so there's no need to be polite with you. Don't think that you're amazing just because you have some skills in the heavenly martial realm and have obtained the Divine Realm tablet. In the eternal world, everyone is an expert of an era. Everyone is stronger than you, so you'd better be well-behaved in case you suffer. These three are the Misty Rock Lord's capable subordinates, Rongguang, Qiu Ming, and Lord Tai Shu Chang. Zhu Jun quickly introduced. Oh, nice to meet you. Xianxia cupped his fist and bowed to the three. My husband, I didn't study much. What are the origins of these three lords? Fanny asked. Xianxia touched his chin and said with a wry smile. In fact, this is the first time I've heard of these three people's names. But this dark-faced brother has already said that they used to be all-powerful, so we have to give them some face. Why do you have to tear it apart? Impudent. The dark-faced man, Rongguang, was furious. White light appeared on his body and turned into a pillar of light. His powerful aura was like a chariot that charged forward. Hee, my husband, you're so mean, Fanny chuckled. With a faint smile, Xianxia put two fingers together like a sword and drew a line in front of him. A sword beam gently cut across and broke the aura. Swish! Like a leaking balloon, the air was cut in half. The force of 10,000 Jin was instantly dispersed, and the aura of Rongguang pressed down on nothing. You're looking for death. Rongguang was even more furious. He did not expect Xianxia to dare to make a move in front of him. He leaped into the air and came before Xianxia with a leap, then threw a palm at him while roaring angrily, intending to teach him a lesson with his own hands. In his eyes, Xianxia was the kind of young man who had made a name for himself in the heavenly martial realm but did not know the power of the eternal realm. Bang! Xianxia blocked the palm strike and shattered it. Both of them were hit by the impact, but neither of them was willing to take a step back. What? Before Rongguang could react, he felt his palm being grabbed by the other party. Then, the other party crushed his metacarpal bone and the front end of his forearm turned into a pool of mud. Xianxia snorted coldly and took advantage of Rongguang's shock and dazed to punch him in the chest. Bang! Rongguang spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. However, he was a divine sovereign justice realm expert after all. He came back to his senses in an instant and knew that he had underestimated his opponent. He balanced his body in the midst of flying backward, then took more than 10 steps back on his feet to dissipate the impact and looked at Xianxia with hatred. The other two people were also shocked and in disbelief. What the hell are you doing, Rongguang? Qiu Ming scolded. Are you acting? Humph. Rongguang was embarrassed and snorted. This kid isn't as simple as he looks. Plus, I've underestimated him. Humph, his palm was crushed in one move and he was sent flying in another move. Can this be explained by underestimating the enemy? Tai Shu Chang sneered and said, You have the cultivation of a divine sovereign justice realm, which is a full realm higher than your opponent. However, the result of 2 moves made people feel as if your opponent was a realm higher than you. Don't you feel ashamed? You guys! Rongguang was ridiculed by the two and spat out blood again. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you have the ability, then go." Zhu Jun saw that they had a falling out internally and hurriedly said, "My lords, please don't quarrel. Li Yunxiao's body has been sanctified, and he has an immortal body. His strength is no longer below that of a divine sovereign realm. I'm sure the three of you saw him fighting Ba Jin just now, right? Physical body sanctification." The three of them were shocked, and their faces turned cold. "I see," Tai Shu Cheng said. "The great achievement of the physical body is enough to resist a divine sovereign realm expert. When he fought Ba Jin just now, he was only strong in swordsmanship, but he also has an extremely strong body. He's indeed a difficult person to deal with." Qiu Ming raised his eyes and looked at the sky. The silver spider web covered the sky, and Gu Qingqing was still jumping in it. He frowned and said, "What's wrong with the King of Stones? You can't even defeat a mere Gu Qingqing." Tai Shu Cheng's face changed, and he scolded, "Don't talk nonsense." The Stone King's physical body was sealed, and he could only use a small part of his power, which gave Gu Qingqing a little gap. But even so, he could not hold on for long. "What we need to do now is to take down this Li Yunxiao before you take down Gu Qingqing, my lord." "You're right." Qiu Ming and Tai Shu Cheng took a few steps in a circle, then appeared on Yunxiao's left and right. The triangular encirclement from before had turned into a pincer attack. "I don't mind telling you," Tai Shu Cheng said. "Besides the Divine Realm tablet, is Yi Fan with you?" Yunxiao's face flickered. Yi Fan was just a young man, so how could he attract the attention of these big shots? The result was obvious. Even Zhu Jun and Meng Zhuo were shocked as they looked at each other. Zhu Jun was shocked. "Why are you asking about Yi Fan? Is this an order from the Island Lord or the Stone King?" Tai Shu Cheng smiled and said, "The two of you don't need to know about this. You just need to attack with us. The Divine Realm Tablet, Yi Fan, Heavenly Fortune Pill, Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Body, and a few level 10 divine pills from the 9 Elixir Palace, TSK. He licked his lips, full of greed. Fanny had also revealed her true nature under their watchful eyes. Zhu Jun and Meng Zhuo looked troubled. Zhu Jun said, "Everyone on the island knows Yi Fan's identity. If capturing Yi Fan isn't the Island Lord's order, the two of us can't do it." "What?" Qiu Ming said angrily. "Even if it's the order of the Stone King, can't he dispatch you too?" Meng Zhuo said, "If it were something else, I would do it. But to capture Yi Fan? TSK. Let's not talk about the Island Lord. Do you know Lord Yi Nantian, one of the 4 lords?" Qiu Ming sneered. "It doesn't matter if Yi Nantian immos or not. Do you two have the right to disobey the orders of the Stone King?" Meng Zhuo was immediately on guard. What a joke. "We're not the subordinates of the Stone King. Other than the Island Lord, no one can order us around." "Well said." Tai Shu Cheng clapped his hands. "That's interesting. Even if we don't talk about power, do you have the power to disobey the orders of the Stone King?" He praised. "Don't tell me you want to attack us." Zhu Jun was shocked and furious. His gaze turned cold as he stared at the three. Meng Zhuo realized something was wrong and cupped his fists. "Since we don't see eye to eye, there's no need for us to say anything more. The two of us have come to retrieve the Heavenly Fate Pill under the orders of the Island Master. However, since the pill has fallen into the hands of the Stone King, there's no need for us to stay any longer. We'll take our leave." Without waiting for the three to respond, the two of them immediately turned into light and left. However, a silver light flashed in the sky, and the chains seemed to shake. The two of them fell back to their original spots with shock on their faces. "Ha ha ha, under the blockade of His Excellency Stone King, do you think the two of you can escape?" Tai Shu Cheng laughed sarcastically. Zhu Jun was shocked. "Darren, what do you mean? Even the two of us are sealed?" "No one is allowed to leave this place before the Lord's judgment," Tai Shu Cheng said coldly. Not only Zhu Jun and Meng Zhuo, but Yun Xiao and the others' faces also changed. If Gu Qingqing was caught, then the 5 divine pills on him would not be spared either. And from the looks of it, the other party had come for the Divine Realm Tablet and Yi Fan, and now he was even targeting Faney's Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana body and level 10 divine pills. It seems that the Misty Rock Lord is very dissatisfied with your disobedience, Xianxia said. I'm afraid punishment is inevitable. Moreover, the two of you knew that he was going to deal with Yifan, so how could you let the two of you go and tell him? In my opinion, it's even possible that he'll kill the two Darren. Zhu Jun and Meng Shua's expressions changed. Zhu Jun rebuked, Li Yunxiao, don't you try to sow discord. Let's not talk about whether I'm trying to sow discord. Yunxiao chuckled. As for whether my words are reasonable or not, it should not be difficult for you to tell with your intelligence. How could Zhu Jun and Meng Shuo not have thought of this? Both of them were shocked, but they didn't dare to take the initiative to fall out with the Misty Rock Lord. Zhu Jun rebuked angrily, everyone on Mysterious Separation Island is united, and all our brothers are like brothers. Even if you want to sow discord, there's no way. Ha ha ha. Yunxiao laughed and said sarcastically, since we are of one mind and are all brothers, then the two of you should help to capture Yifan. When Yinantian knows about this, he will definitely praise you. Zhu Jun and the others' faces were ashen and extremely ugly. They wouldn't dare to capture Yifan, because he was not only the descendant of Yi Nantian, but also the descendant of Yi Qingyu, the island lord. The entire Yi family had the most power in Xianli Island. Because generations were guided by the ancestors, many experts of the Yi family had entered the eternal world. Even if the two of them were to fight against the Stone King, Mist Rock Master, they would not dare to fight against the Yi family of Mysterious Separation Island. Moreover, the situation on the island was rather delicate. Those who could enter the eternal world were all geniuses and proud sons of heaven. Who would be willing to be under someone else's command? In particular, a peerless overlord like the Misty Rock Master had been above everyone for a long time. He was a very independent existence even in the Mysterious Separation Island, and Yi Qingyu often couldn't do anything to him. If he really wanted to deal with Yifan, this would be a very dangerous signal. It might mean that there would be a huge change and turbulence in Mysterious Separation Island. What made Zhu Jun and Meng Shuo the most depressed was that they had actually encountered such a situation. If they were not careful, they might end up as cannon fodder. Humph, the Stone King has personally made a move. Yifan is determined to win. The best choice now is to capture Li Yunxiao with us, and then capture Yifan. Otherwise, don't say I didn't warn you when the Lord blames you later. Rongguang was recuperating at the side. He only opened his mouth to persuade after recovering a lot. Zhu Jun's expression turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, I don't understand what you mean. I don't want to tell on you. It's just that our mission is complete. The two of us will be leaving. If you don't understand, then forget it. You can explain it to the Stone King later. Qiu Ming was too lazy to say anything more. He took out 2 sawtooth rings with both hands, separated his feet from the front and back, and got into a posture. A murderous aura spread out of his body and rushed toward Yunxiao like a dragon. Taishu Chang also took out a weapon with a long handle. It had 3 points and 2 blades, and it emitted a cold light. The surrounding flowers and grass withered, and the soil and rocks were covered in a layer of frost. Chu Hongyan and the others leaned against Yunxiao and said, What do we? Since the other party has already made it so clear, we can only send these 3 and this Misty Rock Lord to the Western Heavens. Yunxiao also understood the seriousness of the matter, and he knew that it was impossible to let it go. So he immediately made up his mind to kill. All right, Chu Hongyan said. While Gu Qingqing is busy with the Misty Rock Lord, we'll kill these 3 first. He pointed the purple firmament sword forward, and his killing intent soared. These people from Xianli Island were all powerful experts, and they were no different. Haha, kill the 3 of us? How many years has it been since I've heard such a lame joke? Qiu Ming laughed maniacally as he saw the purple sword light slashing towards him. That fairy-like figure had arrived alone, and the sword slashed down in an earth-shattering manner. Bang! The 2 rings blocked in front of him, locking the purple cloud sword. The terrifying sword force pressed down, forcing him to take 2 steps back. How can he be so strong? Qiu Ming was shocked. He saw the murderous aura on the purple firmament sword congregate and turned into a sword array. He panicked and didn't have time to think. His 2 circles danced and turned into dozens of shadows that flew around his body to resist the sword chi. Seeing that Qiu Ming was suppressed by Chu Hongyan, the few people from Mysterious Separation Island were greatly surprised. "Mr. Nye," Yunxiao said, "are you still opposing me at this moment?" "Of course I'll be on your side. But I won't let go of the heavenly fortune pill either," Emo said. "Okay. Then let's fight the enemy together. We'll talk about the ownership of the divine pill later." Yunxiao was quite satisfied with the answer. He pointed at Tai Shuchang and said, "I'll leave this person to you." He didn't care if Qi agreed or not. He swung his sword towards the melting light and shouted, "Feini, Yunxiang, go and help Hongyan." With the help of the 2 women, the power of the 3 women was enough to kill Qiu Ming. Bei Xiaonan followed closely behind him, and the 2 of them ran towards the melting light. Emo harumphed coldly. His robe fluttered as he brandished his spear and thrust it at Tai Shuchang. Outside the Emperor Pill Palace was a sea of swords and sabers. There were all sorts of movement techniques and ultimate skills. Only Zhu Jun and Meng Zhuo stood there, but they felt as if they were standing on pins and needles. Should he help or not? If he was going to help, who would he help? Neither choice was something they could bear, so they simply turned a blind eye to it. The 2 of them directly sat cross-legged in the void, closed their eyes, and began to cultivate. This was so that they wouldn't be bothered by what they couldn't see. The sound of explosions spread out in the battlefield. Qiu Ming and the other 2 were quickly unable to hold on, and their essence force rapidly decreased. "Sir, save us!" Under the combined attacks of the 3 girls, although Qiu Ming protected his vital parts, he was still continuously injured. If this continued, he would definitely die. Finally, he couldn't help but shout, and his voice resounded through the sky. Within the red cloud, the figure on the throne was expressionless. His 10 fingers were placed on the armrest, constantly flicking it, controlling the silver chains that filled the sky. His 10 fingers seemed to be the only part of his body that could move. "King of Stone, Lord Mist Rock, it seems like your subordinate is about to die. Do you still have the mood to deal with me?" Gu Qingqing's body flew down, and she stood on a silver chain, laughing. However, upon closer inspection, her face was much rosier, and there were beads of sweat on her forehead and sideburns. It was obvious that she was also exhausted at the moment. The Misty Rock Master didn't answer. He flicked his fingers again, and another silver chain shot through the air, like a giant python, towards Gu Qingqing. Bang! The 2 chains collided, producing a silver light and clattering sounds. Gu Qingqing had already jumped up, and her figure kept spinning in the air, like a small flower floating in the wind. "I say, are you dead?" He didn't even say a word. Was the 4 kings so great? I've seen Yi Nantian before. He's much kinder. The Misty Rock Master finally spoke. "LF, those 3 pieces of trash can't even take care of the people below. What's the use of having them?" His voice fell from the sky and entered everyone's ears. Qiu Ming and the other 2 were shocked, and their faces turned pale. "Haha, your master has already spoken. What's the use of keeping trash? Don't be polite, everyone. You can kill them without worry." Yunxiao laughed wildly and attacked even more fiercely with the sword in his hand. Rongguang's body had more than a dozen bloody wounds, and a large piece of his flesh had been cut off. It was a terrible sight. He had originally hoped that the Stone King would help, but after hearing this, not only did his heart fall to the bottom of the valley, but his morale also completely disappeared. Under the pressure of Yunxiao and Bai Mingnan, he had more than a dozen more wounds on his body, which was a shocking sight. Zhu Jun and Meng Zhuo also woke up from their meditation. They looked at each other and were both shocked. They had long heard of the Stone King's ruthlessness, and now that they had seen it for themselves, it was indeed true. He was so indifferent even to the life and death of his own subordinates. The 2 of them were more worried about whether the King of Stone would want to kill them if they just stood by. Gu Qingqing was also anxious in the void. She was trapped by the Misty Rock Lord, and if she waited for Yunxiao to kill Rongguang and the other 2, she would not be able to keep the heavenly fortune pill. But in the current situation, she had no way to advance or retreat, unless she gave the heavenly fortune pill to Yunxiao directly and drew the trouble to him. She did not want to hurt Yunxiao, but just wanted to seize the pill. If she did that, it would be completely against her heart. No matter how useless those three people are, they're still your dogs that you've raised for many years. It's a pity to abandon them just like that. Gu Qingqing dodged the chain attacks while continuing to nag. Even if the Misty Rock Lord didn't do anything, it would be good to distract him. You're right. Who knew that the Misty Rock Master would say such a thing that made her jaw drop? Then, with a flick of his finger, a silver light shot out from the red cloud and sped down. The silver beam was extremely fast, and for some reason it had locked onto Yunxiao. Be careful, Gu Qingqing exclaimed, her voice piercing through the sky. Even without her cry of surprise, Yunxiao had sensed the danger in an instant. He raised the red sword, and the blade turned white as it slashed out. Bang! The silver light was hit by the sword chi and exploded. The terrifying power rumbled down and hit the sword death's red slash, forcing Yunxiao to retreat. The light of the inextinguishable golden body flickered on his body to resist the power of the explosion of the silver light. Yunxiao was shocked. The silver light was an extremely powerful force that had consumed a lot of his spiritual power. Seeing that Yunxiao was fine after the Lanyan Lord's attack, Gu Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, she took the opportunity to circulate her yuan power and cast the art of traveling the world in all directions, trying to break the seal. Boom! Boom! The sound of wind and thunder kept coming from inside the silver chains. A large number of chains were hit away by Gu Qingqing's power, and a huge red circle covered Gu Qingqing, and it kept expanding. The space was being pushed open bit by bit. Gu Qingqing's expression was serious. She had reached the void tier, and her power was at its limit. Is this your limit? TSK, you're very praiseworthy. You're different from those trash below and have great potential. Are you willing to submit to me? The Misty Rock Master had always been a man of few words, but this time he patiently explained so much. What's there to see in submitting to you? This lady has never woken up early if there are no benefits, so don't mention anything without any benefits. Gu Qingqing's smile was a little forced, and she used all her strength on her palms to resist the blockade in the sky. The space was like a closed door, which was slowly being shaken by her, and a gap gradually opened. She also hoped to talk more nonsense to delay the other party and gain more time. The Misty Rock Master said unhurriedly, I can grant you glory and make you my concubine. Bah! Gu Qingqing blushed and scolded. I've heard from Li Yunxiao that a leader who only cares about feelings and doesn't give practical benefits is not a good leader. A leader who gives people chicken soup every day is a hooligan. What kind of practical benefits do you want? The Misty Rock Master asked. He then added, to be this king's concubine. This is the glory of the world. Hee. Ha 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 ha. Gu Qingqing laughed. I want to eat the heavenly fortune pill every day. Can I? The red light around her body had already reached more than 300 feet, and Gu Qingqing's face suddenly became happy, and she laughed. Don't tell me you don't have any. I don't like being poor. When you can let me eat the heavenly fortune pill every day, come and find me. I'll take my leave first. Goodbye. It's best if we never meet again. Her figure became faint in the red light and slowly disappeared. A woman with personality. This king admires you. You should stay with this king. Voila! The silver chains on the Misty Rock Master's body began to shake, and silver light flickered continuously. Suddenly, bang bang sounds rang out from all over his body, and the silver chains all shattered. The Misty Rock Master's burly body stood up from the throne, as imposing as a mountain. He grabbed the two chains with both hands and shook them. Walla walla! A dazzling light streaked across the sky, and the space was directly blown apart by a huge force. The iron chains that filled the sky swayed like silver snakes dancing up and down. Gu Qingqing's expression changed. I'll take my leave first. I won't play with you anymore. If you want to marry me, Get out of my way, you poor thing. Throughout the ages, Gu Qingqing was probably the only person in the world who dared to say that the founding monarch of the Purple Mist dynasty, the Stone King, one of the 4 kings of mysterious Separation Island, was poor. The red circle of light suddenly shrank and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Bang! The Misty Rock Master's arms suddenly trembled, and the entire 10,000 zhang of space was shattered. His huge hand grabbed a chain and shook it. In an instant, the silver chains in the sky gathered together and shot into the void. Yunxiao and Baiming Nan had just killed Rongguang, and their faces were extremely solemn as they watched the scene of the Misty Rock Lord's attack. The elemental energy fluctuations that spread out from that move made the two of them feel extremely uneasy. In the sky, the Misty Rock Master grabbed the silver chain with one hand and slowly pulled it. The other end of the silver chain was inserted into the air and was constantly pulled out. What? A few breaths later, Yunxiao and the others were all taken aback. The end of the silver chain had tied Gu Qingqing up like a big dumpling, and it was dragging her out of the void. Gu Qingqing's face was expressionless, and she let the silver chain drag her, as if she was unable to resist. Seeing the Misty Rock Master, he immediately rolled his eyes and said, "Does the King of Stones really like me so much that he wants to tie me to his side? But if you really like someone, shouldn't you give her freedom?" The Misty Rock Master said, "Freedom? After you fall in love with me, I will set you free." "Really?" Gu Qingqing blinked her eyes and said with a cute face, "Your Excellency Stone King, I've liked you for a long time." The Misty Rock Master smiled indifferently and said, "Is that so? That's good. If you want freedom, then follow me back to Xianli Island to consummate our marriage." "Round room, round room, round room," Gu Qingqing screamed, her face turning pale as she cursed. "Stinky hooligan, shameless hooligan." The Misty Rock Master ignored her and allowed her to scold him. He threw the silver chain in his hand and at the same time formed an incantation gesture with one hand and slapped it out. A talisman flew out, followed by a second and then a third. Yunxiao was taken aback. The runes were actually ancient Maha characters, which turned into seals under the Mist Rock Lord's incantation gesture, then caught up with the silver chain and sank into it. The silver chain was like a river of stars, circling around Gu Qingqing, completely suppressing her. Gu Qingqing struggled a few times, but the space didn't move at all. Her face turned uglier than a pig's liver, and she seemed to be at her wit's end. "We're in big trouble," Yunxiao said with a wry smile. "We're in trouble." Beifeng Nen remained silent, standing there quietly as usual, as if his heart had long been as still as water, and no major event could shake it. In the other two battles, the referee had also successfully killed Taishu Chang, leaving Qiu Ming struggling to hold on, but he was also on the verge of death. After the Misty Rock Master sealed Gu Qingqing and made sure that she couldn't escape, he turned his eyes to the battlefield below. "Not good," Yunxiao cried out suddenly, a strong sense of uneasiness rising in his heart. The three women surrounding Qiu Ming were all shocked and became alert. Suddenly, a huge finger ray shot down from the sky, like the light of the sun. Hoo hoo hoo. Wherever the finger radiance passed, the space would be burned. Boom! The finger light finally landed in front of the three women, stirring up endless waves that rolled and spread like sea waves. The three women hurriedly retreated. Qiu Ming was already seriously injured and was like an arrow at the end of its flight. After being pushed by the wave, he spat out blood and his body was continuously being shattered. All of a sudden, all of the force disappeared, and Qiu Ming's body fell forward and fell to the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. A pill suddenly appeared in front of him. It fell onto the ground and was covered in dust. "Swallow it. Can save your life if you still have the strength to pick it up." The Misty Rock Master appeared in front of him and said indifferently with an expressionless face. His gaze only swept across Qiu Ming slightly, as if he was looking at an ant. That pill also looked like it was given to a beggar. However, Qiu Ming was so excited that his body trembled. He raised his trembling hand to pick up the spirit pill and kept saying, "Thank you, Wan Wan. Thank you, Lord Wan Wan." The Misty Rock Lord turned a deaf ear to his words. He looked at the crowd one by one, and finally his eyes fell on Xianxia. Everyone's heart was heavy, and they were on high alert. Apart from Xianxia, the strength of the Misty Rock Lord was something no one else had ever seen in their lives. Zhu Jun and Meng's hearts sank. When the Mist Rock Lord's gaze swept past them, it seemed as if they weren't even in his eyes. It was as if he had completely ignored them, or as if he was looking at the dead. "Are you the temporary owner of the Divine Realm Tablet, Li Xianxia?" the Misty Rock Lord asked. Although he didn't have an imposing aura, that steady star-like aura of his was enough to make everyone feel fear and be on guard. Temporarily, Xianxia chuckled and immediately understood what the Misty Rock Lord meant. "Can you still talk properly?" the Misty Rock Master said. "Hand over the Divine Realm Tablet, Yifan, and Noah's ship. Also, leave this heavenly phoenix nirvana body behind. Then you can leave." Qiu Ming had just picked up the elixir on the ground. After hearing this, his hand couldn't help but tremble, and the elixir fell to the ground again. His eyes were filled with horror. He had followed the Misty Rock Master for a long time. Although he had been in the eternal world for so many years and was basically in a state of deep sleep, he understood the Misty Rock Master's personality very well. This person was cold and ruthless, treating human lives like grass. He was decisive in killing and would do anything to achieve his goal. He was an executioner who had taken the lives of hundreds of millions of people. He was also worthy of the name of a peerless overlord. He definitely had no mercy in his heart. This was the first time in Qiu Ming's life that he had heard someone take the initiative to let the other party off, and he almost thought that he had heard wrong. "I'm sorry. I can't keep any of the 4 things you mentioned." Xianxia spread his hands and said helplessly, "Why don't we exchange for 4? I still have a lot of heavenly treasures, profound level weapons, medicinal pills, and so on." "Li Xianxia, stop dreaming. Hurry up and knock him down so you can save me." Gu Qingqing shouted in the sky. "Either do as he says or beat him up. With your temper, it will definitely be a fierce battle. Then stop talking nonsense and make your move." "Oh, a fierce battle?" The Misty Rock Master could not help but be surprised. He looked up at Gu Qingqing, then turned to Xianxia and said, "The woman I have my eyes on seems to think highly of you. What, are you jealous?" Xianxia flicked his hair and combed it with his fingers as he said, "I can't help it. In this world where looks are everything, I'm just that dazzling. Yay, yay. My husband is so handsome." Fanny clapped her hands and jumped around happily, praising him. The Misty Rock Master said, "You won't have the chance to leave here alive. It's not that I suddenly have killing intent and want to kill you. I'm just very curious. The woman I'm interested in said that this will be a fierce battle, and I can't help but look forward to it." Xianxia smiled wryly. "But I'm not looking forward to it at all. Why don't we talk about the conditions? If you don't like heavenly materials and earthly treasures, profound artifacts and medicinal pills, do you have any other hobbies? For example, music, singing, painting, helping others, etc." "Hee, you're very humorous," the Misty Rock Lord said. "Hee, as long as everyone is happy. Why don't we stop fighting and go home?" Xianxia said with an apologetic smile. "But I don't like humorous people," the Misty Rock Master said indifferently, his eyes shooting out rays of light as he coldly looked at him. Xianxia immediately felt as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake, and he broke out in a cold sweat. "I'll live a day if I'm happy, and I'll live a day if I'm not happy. What's the point of living like a zombie with such a rigid face?" The Misty Rock Master wanted to laugh. "You want to discuss the meaning of life with me? Sweat. What?" Xianxia felt a little dizzy as well. "Even if we have to discuss it, why not?" The Misty Rock Master said, "I don't have the time. Hurry up and let me see what kind of fierce battle it will be. If you can see me again in your next life, we might be able to have a good discussion." The Misty Rock Master stretched out 2 fingers, and a dazzling white light flickered on his fingertips. With a light swing, it shot out, turning into a blade light that slashed out. The blade light turned into a crescent moon, so bright that it seemed to have substance. It was as if a full moon had really come for him. Xiao clenched his red slaying sword and held it in front of him to block. At the same time, he performed an incantation gesture with his left hand and pointed at the sword, putting himself in a completely defensive posture. Bang! A sharp trembling sound came from the sword, and Xiao's body was pushed back by the full moon, sliding for 1,000 feet before he managed to withstand the power of the slash. His 2 arms actually felt numb. Not only that, a trace of shock flashed through the depths of his pupils. A hair-thin crack had appeared on the red sword of the Sword Death. Although the cracks were small, they were real. Although Sword Death Red Slash was a rainbow magic stone, it was not known for its hardness. In the past thousands of years, he might be the only one who had refined a magic stone into a sword, so it was normal for the magic stone to be damaged in battle. But Xiao's heart trembled violently. His opponent had just casually struck him, but it was so difficult for him to withstand it, and he had even injured the demonic sword. The crack was like a needle piercing his eyes. He poured the remaining demonic chi in his body into the sword, and immediately, the ice fiend heart flame jumped on the sword. Gradually, under the tempering of the heart flame, the cracks directly closed up, and the sword became as perfect as before. This discovery stunned Xiao. He did not expect the rainbow magic stone to have such a strong self-healing ability. TSK, not bad. But that's all you've got. You're still far from being able to fight me. The Misty Rock Lord withdrew his fingers and walked straight toward Xiao. Clang! As soon as Chu Hongyan drew her sword, she teleported to Xiao's side and said in a deep voice, "Use the sword formation. I'm afraid that even the sword formation can't trap this person." Xiao was full of worry. In his previous life and this life, no one he had met in the 33 heavens could match his strength, except for the Devil Lord and the Array Spirit. Even Bei Jinghong, the king of the western region, did not have such strength. Chu Hongyan's heart trembled and she said, "Don't tell me you want to take a walk? I haven't fully mastered the 12 divine beings killing formation yet." Xiao sighed. "I don't know if I can fight this man." Chu Hongyan said anxiously, "You can't do that. Last time, when he was dealing with the 2 brothers Zhan Yu and Zhan Yu, he almost lost his life. This person's strength is obviously above the 2 brothers. Why don't we open the sword formation first? With so many people, I don't believe he can turn the world upside down." "All right." Xiao gritted his teeth. "Let's try it." The 2 of them each formed a sword spell, forming 2 sword formations. The heavenly stars responded, and the earth fiend condensed. In an instant, only sword shadows were left between heaven and earth. The sky fell and the earth moved up, almost merging together. The space between heaven and earth was as thin as a piece of paper as it flew and spun. World of Swords. A strange expression appeared on the Misty Rock Master's face. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled up as he chuckled. "It's more interesting this way." A formation light rose from his body, and his hundreds of apertures emitted a bright light. His entire person became as bright as day. Great completion of the physical body. Xiao's heart jolted, and he almost cried out in shock. The Misty Rock Master had actually opened all 8 gates and gained a large success in his divine body. Furthermore, his divine body was extremely unique. All of his meridians and acupuncture points were glowing with light when he circulated his yuan qi. Beifeng Nan's pupils also contracted, his face revealing a shocked expression. In today's world, he, Xiao, Ao Chongkong, and the Lanyan Lord were the only known people who had sanctified their bodies and had an immortal and indestructible body. Beifeng Nan fell into deep thought. In the past 100,000 years in the heavenly martial realm, were there any other experts who had cultivated a fleshly body to the phenomenal success stage like the Misty Rock Lord? Perhaps there really were some. Boom, boom, boom. Just as he was deep in thought, the punch broke the world of swords. Suddenly, the stars in the sky and the fiends in the earth evolved into swords and slashed from all directions, wanting to kill everything. Interesting, but if you want to stop me, you're still 1 level short. The Misty Rock Master quietly stood there, then lifted his foot and walked forward, not afraid of the sword chi in the slightest. The sky full of sword shadows fell like rain, shooting within 3 feet of his body. unable to advance an inch further. How could it be like this? What kind of power is that? It's so powerful. Both Yunxiao and Chu Hongyan were stunned. A dense light emerged from the Lanyan Lord's body, as if it could block everything. When Yunxiao blocked the silver beam of light earlier, he had also lost a lot of his energy. At this moment, the faint light was exactly that kind of energy, and it did not seem to be weaker than his energy. The Misty Rock Master suddenly cupped his hands in a circle, and countless silver lights instantly appeared in his palms. The elephant is invisible. He raised his eyes, which were also filled with a dim light. His hands were constantly changing in the air, and he suddenly pushed out. Boom! The silver light suddenly exploded and charged forward. Bang! 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 Countless sword shadows were shattered, and the sword diagram in the sky was also cut apart by the silver blade. The countless heavenly stars and earthly fiends were instantly destroyed, and the entire world seemed to have been torn apart. Bang! Bang! Both Zhan Hong and the purple firmament sword trembled violently at the same time. Yunxiao and Chu Hongyan were also hit by the impact, and they were forced back while coughing up blood. But in the end, they couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. Everyone present was shocked, especially Fei and I and the others, who knew the power of the myriad sword formation. Once one entered the formation, even a divine sovereign justice would not be able to survive. Even void extreme divine realm experts would be suppressed. However, the Misty Rock Master had actually torn it apart with a single move. Bai Ming Nan's body suddenly trembled, and he cried out, "Holy Body Phantom Light! You've actually cultivated the Holy Body Phantom Light." He, who had always been as calm as water, had never lost his composure like this. His eyes were filled with shock and even dumbfounded. "Oh, there's actually someone who recognizes the Holy Body." The Misty Rock Master's expression changed as he looked towards Bai Ming Nan, his eyes flashing with doubt. Bai Ming Nan took another half-step back, his face turning pale. Yunxiao caught his breath, looked up, and said in a serious voice, "What's the Holy Body Phantom Light? The heavenly Tao is vast and endless. How many more mysterious existences are there? Have you ever heard of the saying, 'One's physical body is sanctified and immortal'?" Bai Ming Nan asked. "Nonsense." Yunxiao frowned. "Aren't you and I just sanctified bodies, immortal and indestructible?" He was depressed, his face was ugly, and his temper was a little irritable. "Haha, you've sanctified your body as well. You're immortal? Ha ha ha." The Misty Rock Master suddenly laughed out loud, his eyes filled with mockery. Bai Ming Nan's face was pale as he shook his head. "We've only opened the power of the 8 gates of the physical body and have 100 acupores. But we're not divine bodies, let alone immortal. If they can be undying, then wouldn't they be invincible? Then, your body is in a state of flux?" Yunxiao asked, stunned. "Isn't it still rotten?" Bai Ming Nan said, "If one can cultivate the holy body's virtual light, then one will truly be immortal and undying." Holy body illusory light? It turns out that opening all 8 gates and sanctifying the body is not the end of the body tempering technique. Yunxiao muttered to himself. "In the past 100,000 years, I only know of one person who managed to cultivate the holy physique, and that was the king of the southern mountain range, Lord Xiao Fengcan. The way he looked at the Misty Rock Lord was filled with envy, jealousy, sadness, and other complicated emotions. The finish line? Haha, your knowledge is only eso-so." The Misty Rock Master sneered and mocked. "There's still a long way to go beyond the 8 gates. Opening the 8 gates is just opening the treasure vault of the physical body's potential. It's only the starting point of the saintly being. A true saintly being can fight against 100 tribulation realm world king. Even Xiaofeng didn't become a true saint. 100 tribulations realm king? The people present all revealed puzzled expressions. They had never heard of this realm. Only Gu Qingqing and Beifeng Nan's expressions changed, but they soon returned to normal. The Misty Rock Master said, "All of you are peak experts of the heavenly martial realm. However, I have seen too many peak experts in the past tens of thousands of years. Many of them have died by my hands. With your talent, you might be able to reach the World King realm in the future, but you won't have the chance." As soon as he finished speaking, a silver light flashed, and he appeared in front of Xianxia without any warning and reached out a hand. Under the 5 fingers, the sky and earth shook. The palm pressed down, trying to crush everything. The holy body's virtual light was like a whirlpool of the Milky Way. It spun in his palm and pressed down. Xianxia felt that his body was completely suppressed, and he could not move at all. He could only watch the palm press down and crush him into a pulp. "Let's attack together," Beifeng Nan suddenly shouted, and the man and sword became one, flying over. He was the strongest enemy they had ever seen in their lives. Several rays of light also flew up into the air and headed towards the Mist Cliff Lord. Only Zhu Jun and Meng Zhuo were left. The 2 of them were also drenched in cold sweat, not knowing what to do. From what he could see, the chances of the Misty Rock Lord sparing their lives were extremely low, but no matter how low it was, there was still a chance. If he were to make a move, he would probably be killed on the spot. However, if they didn't do anything after the Misty Rock Lord killed these people, the 2 of them wouldn't be able to stop him. An ant trying to shake a tree, a mantis trying to block a chariot. The Misty Rock Master chuckled and stopped his pressing palm. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and the silver river immediately began to spin. His entire body glowed with a holy light as he attacked the beams of light. Bang! 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 Several beams of light exploded. Feini and Yunshang, who were weaker, were knocked away and spat out blood. Although Beifeng Nan and Yan's expressions did not change, their blood and qi were also in turmoil, and they were forced back a few steps. Under the attack of the virtual light, the bull was deformed and fell to the ground far away, crying out a few times. Xiao took advantage of the momentum and retreated, his face filled with horror. Even if the Misty Rock Lord was stronger than them, he shouldn't be this strong. In the sky, Gu Qingqing's face was also full of horror. "Do you feel lost and helpless?" After pushing back the crowd with one move, the Misty Rock Master walked toward Xianxia with a smile and said, "It's already very good to be able to cultivate to the initial opening of 8 gates. Besides, you're frighteningly young, and your future achievements are simply immeasurable. It's no wonder that the Divine Realm Tablet chose you." Xianxia had completely lost the mood to tease him. "Since you understand that the Divine Realm Tablet chose its own master, what's the point of snatching it?" The Misty Rock Master smiled and said, "The Divine Realm Tablet's choice may not be right. Over the countless years, it has made many mistakes, but the price for each mistake is the death of the person chosen by the Divine Realm Tablet." "The Divine Realm Tablet is a heavenly saint artifact," Xianxia said in surprise. "It's related to the fate of this world, and it's destined. How can the person who chooses its master die so easily?" "Hee. It seems like you know quite a bit." The Misty Rock Master seemed to be a little excited, and he became more talkative. "It's not easy to die, but it doesn't mean that it won't die. Even the Lord Universe God from back then died, let alone the host who was first selected by the Divine Realm Tablet." "You're the one who knows a lot," Xianxia said. "I think you're the one." The Mist Rock Master chuckled. "Vu can think whatever Vu want. I can understand how you're feeling right now. However, the law of the jungle has always been the law of the heavens. As the law of the jungle, you should be prepared to be eaten by the strong." "My lord," Xianxia said coldly, "you've been worried about whether I have any awareness of my own. However, it's also a heavenly law that a rabbit will bite when it's anxious. Besides, this young master is not a rabbit. Be careful not to be bitten to death by me." He formed a hand seal in front of him, and 12 rays of light flew out from his body, shooting towards the Mist Rock Master's surroundings. The Misty Rock Master didn't move at all. His absolute strength gave him absolute confidence. Looking at the 12 rays of light landing around him and turning into 12 puppets, he couldn't help but laugh and say in disdain, "Using puppets to set up a formation?" Yunxiao's face was cold as he calmed down and said, "There are 3,000 great Daos, and the art of puppetry is one of them. However, there is no superior Dao. Why do you look down on it?" The Misty Rock Master was stunned for a moment, before lightly nodding his head. You're right. I've neglected you. Xianxia performed incantation gestures with both hands, and the 12 puppets assumed their respective positions. Although they were empty-handed, they all looked like they were holding weapons as they stared at the Mist Rock Lord with killing intent, completely different from their previous calm and indifferent appearance. A layer of killing intent condensed in the sky like rain clouds. It was as if dark clouds had gathered, forming a faint gray scene that shrouded the surroundings. This formation of mist, the misty rock master frowned for the first time, as if he was in deep thought. Don't you think he looks familiar? Xianxia asked jokingly. Yes, I do seem to have seen similar records, but I can't remember them at the moment. The Misty Rock Lord said honestly. Then try to recall. Xianxia performed an incantation gesture with one hand and suddenly pointed forward. The 12 puppets immediately moved, their speed increasing from slow to fast. At the end, it was even more dazzling, and hundreds of afterimages appeared. You're so agile. You must have refined 12 puppets in your heart. I don't know what formation or divine ability you've integrated into them to make you so confident. It seems that I can't be careless. The Misty Rock Master slowly walked around within the formation. With every step he took, illusory light would appear beneath his feet. Xianxia was shocked. Under his control, the Mist Rock Lord was like a person walking on flat ground, completely free from the restraints of the array, as if they were two parallel spaces. A sentence suddenly appeared in his mind beyond the 3 realms, not within the 5 elements. You must be joking. The 3 great ancient killing formations could even kill void extreme divine realm experts. Although he still couldn't completely develop the formation with his comprehension and control, he could still fight against ordinary void extreme experts. However, in front of the Misty Rock Lord, it seemed like it wasn't even worth a mention. Xianxia was extremely shocked, but his unyielding character made him furious. How can the difference be so big? He formed a hand seal with both hands and struck out. Countless golden runes flew into the air, instantly stirring up a storm. Over 100 puppets began to move and attack the Mist Rock Lord. The true force of the heavenly phoenix that had been absorbed directly transformed into weapons in the hands of the puppets. The Misty Rock Master raised his hand, clenched his fist, and punched out. A vortex immediately appeared on the fist wind, rippling in front of him. All the attacks seemed to have stopped, unable to move forward under the suppression of that punch. The might of the punch was like a barrier. Not only did it stop the attack, but even the 12 puppets were also frozen in space, as if time had stopped. Xianxia's face flickered, and he changed his incantation gesture again as he gave an angry roar. The clouds in the sky surged, and countless true force of the celestial phoenix was absorbed by the formation. In an instant, 6 giant spirits appeared, each holding a blade of light and slashing towards the Misty Rock Lord. These giant spiritual swan and I? The Misty Rock Master muttered to himself for a moment, before his eyes suddenly shot out a bright light and he shouted, I remember now the 12 divine beings. This is one of the 3 ancient ominous formations. After recognizing this formation, the Misty Rock Master's expression was no longer as relaxed as before. He sent a fist forward, and it immediately exploded in front of him. With a boom, the 12 puppets were all forced back. The 12 puppets rolled in the air, battered and exhausted by the fist force, but they did not fall into chaos. Instead, after rolling a few times, they returned to their respective positions, their hands forming hand seals and not moving. The 5 blades of light slashed down, completely suppressing the space within the array. The Misty Rock Master couldn't avoid it. He immediately shouted and punched out again. A layer of dense illusory light at the tip of his fist almost materialized. It suddenly pressed down on the 5 light blades and exploded into circles of ripples that surged within the array. Xianxia could not help but take half a step back from the shock. The 6 giant spirits contained almost half of the formation's power, yet the Misty Rock Master was actually able to resist them, and from the looks of it, he was doing it with ease. In the sky, Gu Qingqing's face also turned pale, and she muttered to herself, How can he be so strong? She suddenly shouted, Everyone, attack together! This formation can't suppress him. At the same time, she was also struggling with all her might. The light of the wandering red dust technique surged from her body, shaking the silver chain so much that it made clattering sounds. Although it couldn't be shaken, her stubborn heart worked hard. Chu Hongyan and the others also knew that the situation was critical, so they rushed into the array one after another. All of a sudden, Beifeng Nan's body flickered and he appeared in front of them, blocking their way. He said, "Even if you go in, it's useless. The difference is too big, you'll only be a burden." How can there be such a huge difference? Back then, even though the two brothers Zhan Yu and Zhan Yu were Void Realm experts and possessed peerless weapons like the heaven-overturning seal, they still suffered a great loss in the formation and almost died. How is it that the Misty Rock Lord was able to resist it with his physical body? Chu Hongyan was very anxious. Could it be that the Misty Rock Master has already stepped into the Void God realm and reached the so-called Realm King realm? As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. It seemed that no one knew what the realm of King was. Beiming Nan's face was heavy. He shook his head and said, "No. Even 100,000 years ago, when the divine Tao was at its peak, only 4 of you entered the 100 Tribulations realm." Zhu Jun and Meng Zhuo were shocked. They looked at each other and Zhu Jun said, "Who are you? How do you know what happened 100,000 years ago?" Beifeng Nan looked at the 12 divine beings killing formation with a serious expression and said, "The Misty Rock Lord truly is a rare genius. However, he was an expert who had risen after the Demon Sealing War. Even with the help of the Celestial Phoenix True Force, it was impossible for him to enter the 100 Tribulations realm. He must have tempered his body to reach the existence above the void extreme divine realm, the creation realm of seizing the creation of heaven and earth. Creation realm Swan and everyone was stunned. They had originally thought that the void extreme God realm was the supreme realm of the divine Tao, but they didn't expect there to be a powerful existence above it. The 10 Directions divine realm is above the martial emperor of the 9 heavens. Beiming Nan said, "The returning to truth realm, the sky-wielding realm, the void realm, and the creation realm are all experts of the 10 Directions divine realm. After the void realm, it was the creation realm. Since ancient times, those who could step into the creation realm were all mighty people who left their names in the world. The 100 Tribulations realm, which was above the 10 Directions divine realm, was even rarer and couldn't be born in every era. 100,000 years ago, 4 world kings appeared at the same time. This was already an anomaly. When Beiming Nan's words reached Yunxiao's ears, he was shocked. These words conveyed a few messages. First, the Misty Rock Master's strength had already exceeded the Void Extreme God realm, which was extremely rare since ancient times. Only the World King realm with the edge of phoenix feathers could suppress him. The second was that 100,000 years ago, 4 world kings appeared at the same time, which fulfilled the words of the 100 will not. This was the way of the realm of heaven martial arts. It required a large number of peerless powerhouses to resist the demonic tribulation, which was why 4 top figures appeared in the same era. But at this moment, he didn't have the mood to think too much about the second point. The Misty Rock Master was so powerful that even the 12 divine beings killing formation couldn't suppress him. Then wasn't he dead for sure? Boom, boom, boom. Just as he was feeling depressed, the 6 giant spirits' light blades were finally dispersed by the fist force. The Misty Rock Master roared, and the veins on his temples bulged. The light on his body was as bright as the sun, spreading in all directions. Boom! The 6 giant spirits vanished into thin air under the powerful blow. However, the power of the attack did not disappear. Instead, it was absorbed by the formation once again and returned to it. Yun Xiao grunted as he was injured by the backlash, and there was a bloody taste in his throat. However, the only thing that made him happy was that the 12 divine beings killing formation was not damaged. Only one wave of attack had been dispersed. Gu Qingqing exclaimed in the sky, "Even if there's fate above the void realm, it's difficult to maintain the void realm with the power of the eternal world. At most, it's just a little stronger than the current heavenly martial arts realm. It's impossible to break through to the creation realm." after the Misty Rock Master destroyed the 6 giant spirits. His gaze swept across the 6 Ding and 6 Jia. He then raised his head to look at the sky, before landing on Bai Ming Nan. He asked suspiciously, "I'm also very curious about your identity. Who are you?" Bai Ming Nan said sternly, "It doesn't matter who I am. Besides, I'm just an insignificant person. I'm also very curious about how you reached Blessed Realm. Even 100,000 years ago, this realm was extremely rare and noble. Many talented people couldn't even enter it. Hee. Looks like the physical skills you've cultivated aren't complete enough," the Misty Rock Master said indifferently. "There are too few people in this world who cultivate body techniques. However, in ancient times there were a large number of body techniques. This was because this cultivation technique could make up for the physical gap between a human and a true spirit to the greatest extent. That was when the body refining technique was at its most prosperous and powerful, and true sacred bodies also appeared from time to time. What kind of existence is a true sage body swan and I?" Bai Ming Nan was shocked. He, who also cultivated body techniques, was at a loss about these secrets. Hee. "A true saintly being," the Misty Rock Master said indifferently. "One who can fight against world kings." "What? This is impossible." Bai Ming Nan lost his composure and said in a panic, "The World King realm is the most powerful existence in this realm. It's a supreme power that can resist the power of the realm." "Ha. You know nothing," the Misty Rock Lord sneered. "In ancient times, body tempering experts could stand shoulder to shoulder with true spirits. But in the future, they've fallen to the level of demonic beasts." "What a joke," he continued. "The human body has the power of 8 gates. When the 7th gate is opened, the potential released from the body can compete with those in the true immortal realm. This was called initial opening in ancient times. When all 8 gates are manifested, the power of a divine sovereign justice realm expert would be known as integration by body technique cultivators in ancient times. The beginning of the world, both Bai Ming Nan and Xianxia murmured in their hearts. It was the first time they had heard of such a division. After all, body refining techniques were extremely rare, and the division of realms had long been lost in history. Bei Xiaonan swallowed his saliva and said, "Then what about Chu Kai and Rongtong?" The Misty Rock Master snorted and raised his hand. An illusory light appeared in his palm, illuminating his face and making it look somewhat malevolent. He said, "It's the virtual light you see in front of you. After breaking through the integration of the physical body, one can condense the physical body's virtual light. In ancient times, the powerful beings directly called it virtual light. Void light Xianxia. What happens after the virtual light?" A look of yearning appeared on Bai Ming Nan's face. "After virtual light is my current realm. In ancient times, the Almighty called it Dharmakaya." The Misty Rock Master's eyes shone with a brilliant light, as well as an incomparably cold and arrogant look. In today's heavenly martial arts realm, or even in the eternal world, it's impossible to break through to the creation divine realm. However, the only way was to develop the potential of the human body. It did not require the coordination of the laws of heaven and earth. You must know that each of us is a miniature version of the universe, containing the supreme great Tao. As long as we keep refining and excavating it, we can directly step into the peak." He proudly said, "El finally broke through the virtual light realm 10,000 years ago and cultivated this avatar, which is equivalent to the creation immortal realm. If you go further up, you'll have a true sacred body, comparable to the realm king's divine realm. Saintly being realm king god realm Tao Wu." Everyone was silent, as if they had seen a brand new oath to supremacy appear before their eyes. "His physical body is comparable to a Jia King realm Xianxia." Bai Ming Nan was stunned. Although he had been cultivating body techniques and had achieved great success, he had never thought that his body techniques could also be cultivated to the extreme of this world, overlooking all living beings. "Since you're so awesome, why are you still snatching my divine realm tablet?" Xianxia said gloomily, "Just stay on Mysterious Separation Island and try to break through to the divine body realm. Wouldn't that be better?" Since the Divine Realm Tablet has chosen you as its master, the Misty Rock Master said, you must have heard of the Divine Realm Gods, right? A world deity? What's wrong with being a universe god? Xianxia was taken aback. He had heard bits and pieces about the universe god, but he basically knew nothing about it, and Lingmu Di had never mentioned it before. The Misty Rock Master said, when the world was filled with the 10 rules of nature, there would be 1 or 2 creation realm experts in almost every era. However, World King Deity realm experts would not appear in every era. However, there would also be exceptions. For example, 100,000 years ago, 4 of them appeared. However, among the 4 World King Deity experts, who is the world deity? Xianxia suddenly had an idea. He said, Universe God is a form of address. It should be a supreme title within a realm, just like the Emperor. And those who own the Universe God tablet can be called Universe Gods. Not bad, you're very smart. A Universe God is like the master of the Devil world, and Devil Master is just a supreme title. Misty Rock Master praised. Only those who have refined the Divine Realm Tablet can truly use the power of the universe as they wish. Even if they are all in the realm of a Universe King, the power of a Universe God is still superior. Xianxia rolled his eyes at him and said, you're only in the Dharmakaya realm now. It's only equivalent to the creation realm. You're still far from the realm of World King. Why don't you come and snatch my Divine Realm Tablet when you've made a breakthrough? The Misty Rock Master said, LVE said it before. I don't like humorous people. Hearing the Tao in the morning, you can die in the evening. I've imparted the Tao to you all, so you can all die a worthy death. I've done you all a favor. His body flashed and he disappeared. Xianxia was taken aback. He immediately put his body on guard and sent several incantation seals into the array. Runes danced in the air above the formation, turning into a spinning firmament. Each of the puppets also changed their hand seals. Suddenly, 12 giant spirits appeared behind them and looked down at the array with angry eyes. You're actually able to form 12 Du Tian God evil spirits. The Misty Rock Master's figure appeared from the void. His body, which had originally disappeared, reappeared. His gaze swept over the 12 giant spirits, revealing a strange expression. He stood in the middle of the array without moving. His face lit up and he said, I thought it would be boring, but it seems like it's worth looking forward to. How much power can you unleash from this array? His face was filled with the desire to challenge. Xianxia's heart sank. The more his opponent acted like this, the more it struck his confidence. Perhaps, just like that day, the 12 giant spirits might not be able to defeat the Mist Rock Lord even if they combined into one and unleashed a shocking move. What's more, the attack that day was directly caused by the heaven-shaking seal. The divine being's killing formation attacked on its own and he didn't want to control it. He could only control 6 giant spirits at the moment, and adding one more would be breaking through the limit, but it was useless. However, since things had come to this, he had no other choice. After all, the physical body of a creation realm expert was 2 levels higher than his. He could only bite the bullet and continue. Another 6 giant spirits walked out of the formation. After the 7th spirit shook its body with great difficulty, it also walked out of the formation and slashed down with the light blade in its hand. What, the other 5 can only be seen but not used? The Misty Rock Master revealed a look of disappointment as he sighed. I was overjoyed for nothing. With a punch, the space of the formation twisted, and the 7 attacks were forcibly twisted, directly sucked into the vortex of fist force. Boom, boom, boom. The entire sky was filled with the sound of energy explosions, and it was almost impossible to distinguish the scene. To those outside the formation, it was like a huge spinning top that was devouring everything. The 12 golems began to be unable to withstand the impact, and they were forced to retreat. What should we do? Chu Hongyan and the others were anxious. Gu Qingqing shouted in the sky, a bunch of stupid pigs? Of course, you have to save me first. I'm at the Void God realm, which is only 1 realm lower than him. Then, if we work together, we have a high chance of suppressing him. This immediately reminded everyone, and they all secretly scolded themselves for being stupid. It had been so long. But they didn't think of saving her. With a swoosh, he charged up and thrust his battle spear at the silver chain. The spear glowed with a blood-red light that illuminated everyone. Gu Qingqing also raised her strength to the limit and forcefully resisted the chain. Bang! Under the combined strength of the two Void Extreme God Realm experts, the silver chain was finally broken. Gu Qingqing's expression was serious, and she said loudly, "Everyone, attack together. Whoever tries to hide their strength at this time will really be courting death. Including you too, the two little idiots from Mysterious Separation Island." Yi and Gu Qingqing turned into two rays of light and fell from the sky. They appeared on the 12 divine beings' killing formation and began to operate their yuan power. Baiming Nan, Chu Hongyan, and the others also looked solemn as they raised their cultivation techniques to the limit. A terrifying force suddenly appeared outside the Emperor Pill Palace, filling the sky with blurry figures. Under the intimidating force, everyone felt an extremely strong pressure, as if the space was being squeezed. Zhu Jun and Meng Zhuo were also under the pressure of this overwhelming force. Their expressions were extremely ugly, but they were still hesitant. Suddenly, the voice of the Mist Rock Lord rang out from within the formation. "You two minions attack together. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill you later." The two of them trembled and thought that they had misheard. Zhu Jun said in a daze, What? You're ordering us to attack?" Qiu Ming, who was recuperating in the distance, was shocked. He sneered and said, "It's been a long time since the King of Stones has encountered a powerful enemy. He wants to fight without restraint." Only then did Zhu Jun and Meng Zhuo understand. Their faces were filled with bitterness. They had been dragged into this dispute, but they didn't expect it to be like this. The two of them lowered their heads and glanced at each other, killing intent flashing in the depths of their eyes. Under the combined attacks of so many experts, it was possible that they might be able to kill the Misty Rock Lord with a single strike. If they succeeded, that would be the most ideal outcome. The two of them made up their minds and immediately turned into two rays of light and soared into the sky. Their faces were serious, and they stood not far from the referee and Gu Qingqing. Zhu Jun's left hand formed a seal, and his right hand formed a circle in front of him. Immediately, a dragon shadow was formed. Meng Zhuo formed a hand seal with one hand and placed the other in front of him. A ball of light appeared in his palm, and a formation floated inside. For a time, everyone raised their strength to the extreme. The sky patrolling bull's entire body turned green, and the 9 heavens Daluo ring on its neck was incomparably red. It flew above its head and gathered energy. Even the crocodile turned into a strong wind and roared. It opened its mouth wide, and there was a storm inside, which was getting stronger. Hehe. Now this looks like a fierce battle. A rare smile appeared on the Misty Rock Master's face. His body seemed to have changed under the light. His meridians appeared, and even the 100 acupuncture points could be seen clearly. The powerful force emerged and immediately expanded the top in the array. Yun Xiao gave a muffled grunt, and the light on his body began to flicker. "Motherfucker, I'll risk it." Yun Xiao suddenly roared as he performed another incantation gesture with both hands. The remaining 5 giant spirits also moved suddenly. They waved their weapons at the same time and slashed at the spinning top in the center. Even though he had a physical body in the harmonization realm with all 8 gates opened, he could not withstand the backlash from forcefully activating the array. Several meridians in his body exploded, causing blood to flow out. However, at this moment he couldn't care much about it. No one else saw it. Everyone was desperately using their yuan power. The terrifying power was like a fierce tiger or giant dragon, pouncing into the array and bombarding the top. Boom! All of the power rushed in. The spinning top continued to expand under the Misty Rock Master's power. All kinds of power entered it and blasted 3 feet around him. However, they were blocked by the illusory light of the avatar, and his entire body seemed to become transparent. Finally, that terrifying balance point was crushed, and all the power instantly exploded. With a boom, the world was turned upside down, and it spread in all directions. "Run!" Gu Qingqing shouted. "Run!" She was the first to turn into a ray of light and escape, and the 10 or so people all scattered like birds and beasts. Yunxiao wanted to run as well, but he was the only one holding up the entire divine fiend formation. The moment the force exploded, the formation suffered a strong impact, and the terrible backlash hit him, bursting several meridians and sending blood and flesh flying everywhere. He was too slow to escape, and was first swallowed by the impact. The Emperor Pill Palace couldn't escape either. They were swept into the impact, and the entire tower started to shatter. It turned into pieces and disappeared into the sky. There were also a few people who had escaped a little later and were swept into the storm, but they were still able to defend themselves with their own strength. As for Qiu Ming, at the beginning, he looked like he was watching a good show. But when the balance was broken and the power exploded, he realized that something was wrong and desperately fled. However, it was directly sucked in by a huge force. As it struggled with all its might, its heavily injured body could not resist. In the end, in despair, it could not even let out a cry and was torn to pieces. The impact from the Emperor Pill Palace continued to spread in all directions in the eternal world. The fluctuations covered thousands of miles, and even thousands of miles away, one could still feel the weak waves. And at the point of impact, it directly turned into a black hole, so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. After the force gradually weakened, the sound of coughing could be heard from within. It seemed like someone was coughing blood. Is Ing Luo still not good enough, Ing Luo? Cough, 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 cough. Damn the rules of heaven and earth. The black hole gradually shrank, and the misty rock master's body appeared. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and there were hundreds of wounds on his body, but they were constantly healing. After the entire Emperor Pill Tower disappeared, there was nothing left. Everyone was standing in the void of the eternal world, thousands of feet away. He's actually not dead yet? Is he really immortal? Gu Qingqing's face turned pale, and her petite body trembled in the dark. She had already reached her limit. Although she could maintain the void extreme god realm in the eternal world longer than the outer world, it had already exceeded her physical strength. Flying! Chu Hongyan looked around in horror, but she did not see Yunxiao at first sight. Don't panic, master, Yunxiang said hurriedly. He's over there. He pointed to a dark metal ball floating 10,000 zhang away, the closest to the Misty Rock Lord. The metal ball was not regular. It had edges and corners. Suddenly, those edges and corners opened up, like a baby stretching its waist from its sleeping position. It was the gourd little King Kong. At that critical moment, he had immediately summoned it to block the attack for him. At this moment, the gourd little King Kong's body had been completely deformed by the impact, and it was even missing a few pieces, unable to recover. Yunxiao looked at the gourd little King Kong's body in horror. With his magical spirit eyes, he could still see the slow recovery speed, but it was shockingly slow, as if the illusory light of Lanyan Master's avatar had been severely injured. Even he himself was not any better. He was covered in blood. Although the gourd little King Kong had blocked the main impact, the breaking of the 12 divine beings' killing formation still gave him a huge impact, and his internal organs were the first to bear the brunt. His entire body flickered with a glazed light, mixed with the golden light of the inextinguishable golden body. However, his recovery speed was extremely slow, just like that of an ordinary person. Yunxiao kept performing incantation gestures with both hands, and beams of light emerged from the surrounding void and flew over. They were the 6 ding and 6 jia that had been shaken into the void, and they all fell back into his hands and were put away. Xiaofeng Ken's light glass body? The misty rock master's eyes revealed a look of surprise, and a faint light flickered in them, as expected of the person who chose the master of the divine realm tablet. As expected, the Tao of this realm has gathered all kinds of opportunities. Since you have such an understanding, being my enemy is the same as being the enemy of this world, Yunxiao said. Be careful or the purple thunder will fall and kill you. Ha ha ha. People who are good at telling jokes are really annoying, the Misty Rock Master scoffed. Many people have died when the divine realm tablet is choosing its master. Even the Tao of this world could not go against the heavenly Tao of the universe. which was a higher rule. It was survival of the fittest. Even the realm of heavenly martial arts is trying to eliminate its own weaknesses and strive to survive. Xiao nodded and said seriously, I understand. Let me ask you, do you have the confidence to step into the sacred body and become the world king? The Misty Rock Master's expression changed slightly. He didn't understand why he asked this question, but he still replied, It's impossible in the eternal world. I asked you to use your full strength just now because I wanted to break through your limits under the pressure of the outside world. Even if I get the heavenly fortune creation pill and divine realm tablet, it's still impossible. However, since the heavens change, the power of rules in the outside world must have changed. When the rules of 10 directions re-establish in the world, I will step into the sacred body and become a world king. Xiao was taken aback. Didn't you say that the human body is a treasure? He asked. If you keep digging inside, you can become a divine body and step into the realm of world kings without any external help. The Misty Rock Master said solemnly, That's true. However, I've been in the Dharmakaya realm for more than 10,000 years. I've never been able to make a breakthrough. Just now, I had an idea and asked you all to join forces to suppress me. However, there was still no improvement. Perhaps this opportunity is still related to the 10 rules. He looked at Xiao again, as if he had a deeper understanding. Back then, Xiaofeng cultivated his body technique to the extreme, but in the end, he was only in the Dharmakaya realm like me. However, he existed in an era where powerhouses were everywhere and the world was at its peak. When I was in this era, the world had already changed. Even so, I have achieved the same achievements as him. I believe that as long as the 10 rules are activated, I will definitely be able to comprehend the method to enter the World King realm. Xiao was silent. The Lanyan Lord was indeed powerful. Not only was he extremely strong, but his talent was also frightening, no less than his. The Misty Rock Master smiled faintly and said, At this point, you should be prepared to die, right? Who asked there to be only one divine realm tablet and you to be in the same era as me? Whether you're happy or sad, only your heart will know. He raised his foot and strolled toward Xiao. What do you think of the power of the 12 divine beings killing formation? Xiao suddenly asked. Yes, very strong. The Misty Rock Master didn't understand why he would ask such a question. He stopped in his tracks and said, But if you want to rely on this to save your life, it's still not enough. If you can release its full power, you might be able to fight me, but for now, Xianxia is far from enough. Xiao nodded and said, A very pertinent evaluation. However, if I were to sacrifice myself and set up the formation to blow up the 12 divine fiend puppets, then detonate my own corporeal body to attack you, how confident are you in blocking me? The Misty Rock Master's expression changed slightly, but he still replied indifferently, I'm 100% sure I can take it. But I'll also be hurt, he added sincerely. What if we also self-destruct? Chu Hongyan and the others also flew over and stood in front of Xiao. Feini, Luo Yunshang, Bai Mingnan, the sky-patrolling bull, the crocodile Yi and Gu Qingqing also flew over. Only Zhu Jun and Meng Zhuo remained unmoving with gloomy faces. The Misty Rock Master frowned. What a childish way of thinking. Even if you want to self-destruct, how confident are you that you can hurt this king? Even if that happens, this king is confident that he can take it and not die. Pa, you're indeed extraordinary, Xiao applauded and praised. You're very confident. However, my lord, have you ever thought that even if we can't kill you, we can at least severely injure your Dharmakaya? How much confidence do you have in breaking through to the realm of regional king? The Misty Rock Master suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. To think that you're a cultivator of the physical body. How could you say such childish words? The path of body arts was 100 times more difficult, but it had great benefits. As long as the body was not damaged, the realm would not fall, and no matter how serious the injury was, it could recover to its original state, and the recovery speed was thousands of times faster than ordinary people. Even if you use death to fight against me and injure me, I'll be as good as new in less than 3 months. You're too naive to think that you can threaten me with that. Not only are you childish, but you're also laughable. Should I show you any mercy? Save your pity for yourself, Misty Rock Lord. Suddenly, a slightly immature voice rang out. Under the surprised gazes of the crowd, a golden light flashed in front of Yunxiao, and then he turned into Noah's ship, spinning slowly. Yifan was currently making hand seals with one hand, standing at the front of the boat. He coldly looked at the Misty Rock Lord, a cold smile on his face. Yi Nan Tian. The Misty Rock Master's expression changed slightly. Looking at Yifan, he knew that the person in front of him wasn't the main body but had been summoned. He was no stranger to that aura. In the distance, Zhu Jun and Meng Zhuo were shocked. They looked at each other and were overjoyed. They flew over and cupped their fists. This subordinate greets the heavenly king. Yi Nantian waved his hand, and the two men stood aside respectfully. Yunxiao breathed a heavy sigh of relief and said, "You are finally willing to show yourself. Since the first time you appeared on Yifan's body, you have been very mysterious. If you still don't show yourself, I will be the first one to hand Yifan over to save my life." "Ha ha ha, you won't do that. Even if you hand over Yifan, you won't be able to keep your life." Yi Nantian chuckled and turned his eyes to the Misty Rock Lord, his eyes cold and mocking. The Misty Rock Master's expression finally changed. "How did you find the time to come here?" Yi Nantian sneered and said, "It is simple. Since you saw me here, you must have thought of it." "Impossible!" The Misty Rock Master shouted in shock. "Even if you come out of seclusion, you won't be able to escape so easily. Hee, you're thinking too much." Yi Nantian coldly smiled and said, "Do you think the other two will do their best to help you? You guys are only together because of your interests. As long as there are some changes in your interests, you will naturally separate." The Misty Rock Master fell silent. If Yi Nantian had escaped, he wouldn't believe it. But if he was trying to tempt Yi Nantian, it was possible. "Even if what you said is true, you're only here as an avatar. Do you think you can stop me?" The Misty Rock Master laughed coldly. Since they had turned hostile, then they would completely fall out. "Indeed," Yi Nantian said. "But if Yunxiao and the others fight to the death and injure you severely, do you think you can leave the realm of immortality alive?" Yi Nantian's eyes turned cold with killing intent. Only then did the Misty Rock Master's expression change. For the first time, his eyes shone with anger. Yi Nantian waved his hand and said, "You'd better leave. Don't even think about the Divine Realm Tablet. Although you have the first talent in the past 100,000 years, you don't have the opportunity to be the first in the past 100,000 years. You won't be the candidate for the position of Universe God." "Ha ha ha. What a joke." The Misty Rock Master sneered disdainfully. "You think you can deny it just because you say so? Do you think you're that old swindler the 100 will not? This king will tell you one thing. Where there's a will, there's a way." After speaking, the Misty Rock Master turned around and flicked his sleeves, leaving without any hesitation. He came and went as he pleased, free and uninhibited. Very quickly, the Misty Rock Master's figure disappeared from the void. Everyone was in disbelief and only came back to their senses after a while. They couldn't believe that they had just escaped a calamity. Yunxiao breathed a sigh of relief as well, but his face was full of dejection. Everyone was filled with a sense of defeat. Like a defeated rooster, they hung their heads in dejection. Fei and I took in a deep breath and said, "This person is too terrifying. Lord King of Heaven, he actually wants to capture Yifan. Xianli Island should go all out to capture him, right?" From the gossip of the people on Xianli Island, he understood that the one inside Yifan's body was one of the 4 kings of Xianli Island, the King of Heaven, Yi Nantian, who was also Yifan's ancestor. Yi Nantian's name was well known in the land of Hanyang for hundreds of generations. She knew him, so she was full of respect for him. "Encirclement? Hee. Yi Nantian bitterly smiled and shook his head. "The Misty Rock Master is the most talented expert in the past 100,000 years. He swept across the continent, ruled the world, and founded the Purple Mist Dynasty. Back then, even the 4 seas and the demon race had to bow and listen to him. He's even in the Dharmakaya realm and is more powerful than an ordinary creation realm expert. He's the leader of the 4 kings of mysterious Separation Island. Who in this world can encircle and annihilate him? Everyone was stunned. After his strength reached the heavens, he could indeed do as he pleased, and no one dared to question him. Fanny said in a daze, "Is Xinjin going to let him continue to run wild like this? Weren't there still peak regional kings in this world? Since mysterious Separation Island rules the eternal world, then the power of the Island Master should be above that of the Misty Rock Master, right?" Yinantian bitterly smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore." Yun Xiao could tell that the situation was subtle, and it seemed to involve the secret of mysterious Separation Island. Yinantian did not want to talk about it, so he immediately asked, "Just now, the Misty Rock Lord said that there were 4 World King Realm Lords during the Demon Sealing 100,000 years ago. What was the cultivation realm of the masters of the 4 regions back then?" Yinantian laughed. "I don't know much about the 4 lords. As for the kings of the 4 regions, they should all be in the creation realm." Fanny said, "I understand. You are equivalent to the current 4 kings of mysterious Separation Island. Lord King of Heaven, you should be in the creation realm, right?" Yinantian bitterly smiled again and said, "Fanny, are you purposely slapping my face? One had to know that under this sky one could at most break through to void extreme god realm. Even so, they couldn't maintain it for too long. However, the eternal world only lasted longer. If you want to break through to the creation realm, you must have the complete 10 rules." "What?" Yun Xiao could not help but be shocked. If the other 3 kings are all at the void extreme divine realm, how are they going to keep the Misty Rock Lord in check? Yinantian said, "The Misty Rock Master was only at the ethereal light realm, which is equivalent to the void extreme divine realm. Although he is stronger than the 3 of us, he is not much stronger. In addition, the rules of mysterious Separation Island were more particular than now, and they were not as unscrupulous as they were now. Furthermore, the Island Master was also in the creation realm, so he could still restrain him. However, the power of this restraint was gradually weakening, because the advantages of a body technique cultivator were fully reflected in the eternal world. First of all, physical technique cultivators' physical bodies are hard to decay, and they don't have to rely on seals to preserve their physical bodies like we do. Secondly, in the case of losing the 10 rules, the speed of physical cultivation is far faster than ours. In the past 100,000 years, he's the only one who has entered the Dharmakaya creation realm." These words made everyone look at each other. Even Zhu Jun and Meng Zhuo were shocked. They rarely interacted with each other on mysterious Separation Island. Most of them were in closed-door cultivation, so they rarely knew any secrets. If the rules of the 10 directions reappear, Yun Xiao asked, "With your accumulation and talent, can you break into the fate realm in a short time?" Yinantian's eyes lit up. He chuckled and licked his lips. "No one has tried this before. Who would dare say they are confident? I understand." "Yes." Yun Xiao nodded and said, "Then, are there still experts in the world?" Yinantian thought for a while and then shook his head. "They probably don't exist anymore. Even if those 4 lords were lucky enough to survive, their realms must have fallen. For example, Lao Ai." He glanced at the north, as if he was pointing at something. Just as the few of them were frowning, the referee suddenly trembled and cried out, "You mean Fan Yao?" Everyone immediately realized that that direction was where Fan Yao, who Gu Qingqing had mentioned, was. He was also one of the people they couldn't afford to offend in the eternal world. "Yes, yes." Yinantian was full of respect. He said, "Lady Lin was one of the leaders of the Demon Sealing War, but her real body was destroyed. The body left in the eternal world is just an avatar. No one knows how strong she is, but I'm sure she's not in the World King realm. I guess she's in the creation Immortal realm." Only then did everyone know that the Fan Yao's name was Lin. Even Gu Qingqing and Zhu Jun had never heard of it before. Yun Xiao, on the other hand, thought of the statue. The figure whose face could not be seen clearly was probably Lin's original appearance. If the realm of Regional King is the peak of this realm, then what about the true spirits of ancient times, such as the true dragon and the heavenly phoenix? Fei and I suddenly asked. Yinantian said, The real dragon and the heavenly phoenix are of course in the realm of World King. But they are just... He fell silent as if he had thought of something. He was lost in his thoughts. But what? Faye and I blinked her eyes and asked. She was extremely curious about the heavenly phoenix. Inauthentic raised his head and said, "It's just that it's been a long time since a true dragon or heavenly phoenix has appeared in this part of the sky." Suddenly, Xianxia's heart stirred as if he had thought of something. A thought flashed through his mind, as if there was something important, but he could not grasp it. He frowned and began to think hard. "Why?" Fanny continued to ask. Inauthentic said, "The real dragon and the heavenly phoenix are born by gathering the essence of heaven and earth. They are the embodiment of the true Tao of the heavenly martial realm, just like the Brahm Zifu apocalyptic godly thunder. They are spiritual creatures to carry out the Tao on behalf of heaven. When the heavenly martial realm is in chaos or crisis, the real dragon and the heavenly phoenix will be born. However, I didn't see the real dragon and the heavenly phoenix in the demon-sealing war." "Then what's going on?" Xianxia suddenly asked as he fell into deep thought. It seemed that there was a key point that he could not grasp, which made him very distressed. Inauthentic said, "The inheritance of the true dragon is different from that of the heavenly phoenix. The true dragon is born from the heaven and earth. After every generation of the true dragon dies, a new dragon will appear. However, the celestial phoenix relies on the power of the bloodline to pass on its inheritance. When the heavenly Tao needs it, someone with the bloodline of the celestial phoenix will appear and grow into the new generation of the celestial phoenix." Inauthentic looked at Faye and I with heated eyes. Fanny's face turned red and she said in embarrassment, "Then why didn't anyone with the heavenly phoenix bloodline appear 100,000 years ago?" Inauthentic thought for a while and said, "It's appeared, and there's an extremely strong sign of it. The heavenly phoenix bloodline was considered an invisible bloodline. It was extremely rare in the inheritance, and even if it appeared, it was difficult to stimulate its power. However, the inheritor of the bloodline back then was extremely talented, far above you, Fanny. However, Xianxia died before she could step into the World King realm and grow into a true heavenly phoenix.